Narrative number 1. Original report. LO. Reported by redacted 9/20/05. Entered by redacted 9/20/05. This is more than 20 years ago. On 03/14/2005, I received a call from a woman who did not wish to identify herself, later identified as redacted. She stated that her 14-year-old stepdaughter, later identified as redacted, possibly may have been redacted in Palm Beach by a wealthy man. According to redacted, she learned of the possible redacted by a third party. She explained that she had received a call from the mother of her stepdaughter's friend. The mother claimed to have overheard a conversation between her daughter and a male friend. They were talking about redacted. The conversation was about how redacted had met with a 45-year-old man and had sex with him and was paid for it. I advised redacted that I would like to meet with her to attain a more detailed statement and facts. Redacted stated she did not know what to do and had to discuss the matter with her husband. At this point, redacted did not provide me with a callback number or any other information. She stated that she would contact me once she had spoken with her husband and redacted mother. I'm assuming because this is the stepmother making the report, this is the bio mum. On 03/14/2005, received a call from redacted. They stated it was alright to speak to their daughter, redacted via cell phone, redacted. Her mother, redacted, had been made aware of the case. They agreed to meet me at the police department later this date, redacted. So yeah, the redactions here, protecting victims, don't speculate on who they are. They are clearly victims in this case. On 03/14/2005, Mr. Redacted, accompanied by his wife, redacted, came to the Palm Beach Police Department where they advised me that they believe their 14-year-old daughter may have had some type of sexual relationship with an older man who resided in Palm Beach. Neither knew the suspect's name or address. Both stated that their daughter did not talk to them about the incident, nor would she admit to it. Redacted identified his daughter as redacted, WF, DOB redacted, resides with her biological mother, redacted, at redacted, RPB 33411, redacted. Her sister, redacted, resides with Mr. Redacted. Both redacted and redacted are currently attending redacted school, which is an humongous redaction. The redacted also coordinates with the families to provide one-on-one as well as family counselling. According to Mrs. Redacted, she believes the incident occurred on Sunday, Feb 6, 2005. A friend of Redacted, named Redacted, picked her up at their house and left. They believe Redacted initiated the relationship with the older gentleman, though they do not have any proof. Redacted lives close by with her mother. Mrs. Redacted further explained that Redacted was introduced to Redacted by Redacted, a boy she was dating, and goes to Redacted. Mrs. Redacted continued that on Sunday, Redacted picked up Redacted and drove to Palm Beach, where they met the man. Supposedly, the man has a lot of money and often has young girls come over to his house. Redacted offers these girls a way to make fast cash. The man starts with a massage. If he likes them, he keeps them around and does more. The Redacted did not have any information on Redacted, other than she lives on Redacted. The redacted. Mrs. Redacted talked of a conversation that she had with Redacted, the mother of Redacted, a former friend of Redacted. She found it strange that they were no longer friends until she received the call from her mother telling her of the conversation she overheard between Redacted and a boy named Redacted. Mrs. Redacted told me of an incident that occurred on 02/09/2005. Redacted got into a fight at school. Redacted. Mrs. Redacted found over $300 in Redacted's purse. Redacted gave different explanations for the large sum of money. Initially, the school administration thought it was drug-related, but then dismissed the claim. Since that day, Redacted did not return to school. She ran away Thursday 02/10th or Friday 02/11th, and returned to her mother's house later that night after midnight. It was not until after Redacted received the call from Redacted's mother, Redacted, that she learned Redacted was the girl that got into the fight with Redacted. The fight was instigated when Redacted accused Redacted of being a prostitute. Redacted, who has legal joint custody of his daughter, Redacted, signed the affidavit of prosecution indicating he wished to prosecute against the inappropriate sexual behavior with his 14-year-old daughter. Mr. Redacted stated that he had no objections with our agency speaking with his daughter, Redacted, about the incident. Mr. Redacted stated that Redacted mother, Redacted, is aware of the allegations and also is willing to cooperate. According to Mrs. Redacted, she does not believe her daughter had any additional contact with the suspect, as she was with her mother and then placed into Redacted. I contacted the school board police, who provided me the information for Redacted, also known as Redacted, West Palm Beach, Florida. Checking the school board records for Redacted, there was no disciplinary record found. I was advised if no disciplinary action was taken for a fight, such as an expulsion or detention, the incident may not have been recorded. This was at the discretion of the individual school security and principal. 03/15/2005. I called the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and left a message for PBSP Sergeant Redacted, Child Abuse Unit. On 03/15/2005, I went to Redacted, where I met with white female Redacted. Also present was Redacted therapist. During an audio taped interview, I spoke with Redacted about the allegations that were made. Redacted initially denied anything that had happened, only admitting to going with Redacted, later identified as Redacted, to Palm Beach to pick up money Redacted was owed. Redacted identified Redacted as the Redacted of her former Redacted. She ultimately admitted to knowing that Redacted worked for a wealthy man and possibly did sexual favors for him. She also admitted that Redacted had offered her an opportunity to make money. Redacted identified Redacted's boss as a white male named Jeff, who lived in Palm Beach, later positively identified as Jeffery Epstein. Redacted explained that she was first approached by Redacted to go with her to Jeff's house, when they were at Redacted's house. According to Redacted, she was not sure exactly what was going on with Redacted, but agreed to go with her. Redacted's boyfriend, became angry when he heard Redacted inviting Redacted to accompany her. Redacted believed it was to pick up money the man owed Redacted. Stated Redacted told her that she would pick her up at her house on Sunday. Redacted was not sure of the exact dates, but knew it was a Sunday. According to Redacted, along with an unknown, possibly Redacted female, picked her up at her father's house on Redacted. Redacted told her father that they were going shopping. It was later confirmed by Redacted that Redacted picked his daughter up. According to Mr. Redacted drove a Redacted. Redacted drove Redacted along with the unknown female to Palm Beach. Sometime on the way there, a conversation occurred between Redacted, whereby Redacted told Redacted that if Jeff asked her Redacted age, she should say she was 18. Redacted recalled that Jeff's house was on a dead-end street. All three girls walked up a driveway, past what appeared to be a small guard/security room. In fact, Redacted recalled a male approaching them asking what they wanted. Redacted stated they were there to see Jeff. The male allowed them to continue walking up to the house. Redacted stated the man told them that Epstein was not there but was expected back. He allowed them to enter the house via the kitchen. He offered them something to drink while they waited inside. Shortly after, Epstein and a woman, described as white with Redacted hair, entered the kitchen. Redacted believed the woman was Epstein's assistant. Redacted added that the woman did not seem friendly and kept her responses short and direct. Epstein introduced himself to Redacted as Jeff. Redacted got the impression that Epstein and Redacted friend knew each other. Redacted described Epstein as being approximately 45 years old, a long face and bushy eyebrows, with graying hair. Redacted and Redacted left the kitchen, leaving Redacted and Redacted's friend alone in the kitchen. They returned a short time later. They all spoke briefly in the kitchen. While speaking to me, Redacted became upset and started to cry. Redacted stated the woman instructed her to follow her upstairs, which she did. According to Redacted, the woman led her to a room that had a massage table in it. The woman started to fix up the room, putting the covers on the table and taking lotions out. She then told Redacted that Epstein would be up in a second. The woman left the room, and soon after, Epstein walked in and told Redacted to take off her clothes. As Redacted was telling me what had happened, she looked away from me, and with a pointed finger, repeatedly pressed it into her thigh. Redacted stated he was stern when he told her to take off her clothes. Redacted said she did not know what to do, as she was the only one there. Redacted, shirt, leaving her bra on. Epstein, dressed in a towel, told her to take off everything. Redacted stated she removed her pants, leaving her thong panties on. Epstein then instructed her to give him a massage, pointing to a specific lotion for her to use. Epstein laid on the table, face down. As Redacted began to give Epstein the massage, he told her to get on his back. Redacted stated she straddled herself on Epstein's back. Redacted stated, Redacted. As Redacted was giving Epstein the massage, he turned around. Redacted later explained that Redacted stated she was disgusted by Epstein's actions, but did not say anything. According to Redacted, Epstein told her that she had a really hot body. Epstein excused himself and went to the bathroom, where she believed he masturbated. Redacted. Epstein returned to the room and told Redacted that he was done, and gave her $300. They went back downstairs, where they met Redacted. Epstein said goodbye and they left. Redacted asked Redacted how did it go, and asked what did she, Redacted, do. When Redacted told Redacted that Epstein asked for a massage, Redacted allegedly stated, I know. Redacted stated they then went shopping. Redacted stated Redacted also got paid, but that she did not know why, since she was confident that Redacted did not do anything. Redacted described Epstein's house as a 2-story pink house, with a Cadillac Escalade parked in the driveway. There were gates leading into the property. From the kitchen, Redacted recalled walking up a flight of stairs, lined with photographs, to a room. Upon entering the room, there was a large bathroom to the right. Redacted recalled a hot pink and green sofa in the room. There was a door on each side of the sofa. Redacted recalled there had been a mural of a naked woman in the room, as well as several photographs of naked women on the shelf. Redacted stated Epstein did not change in front of her, but did take off his towel, exposing himself. Redacted recalled Epstein being hairy, especially on his chest. Epstein also had a hairline that continued to his buttocks. Redacted admitted to seeing his penis, asked Redacted if she knew what being circumcised meant, and she stated no. Redacted then said that she thought Epstein was on steroids because he was a really built guy, and his wee-wee was very tiny. Gonzalez would explain that when she stated wee-wee, she meant penis. Redacted stated Epstein exposed himself when he took his towel off, placing it on the floor as he lay down on the table. Redacted said Epstein was specific in his instruction to her on how to massage, telling her to go clockwise, etc. Redacted recalled that Epstein got up from the table and went to the bathroom where she heard him making what she believed to be a sexual type of noises, moaning. He then returned to the room where he again lay down on the table. Epstein then turned over and extracted Redacted to Redacted. As she did this, Epstein continued to make moaning noises. Redacted resumed massaging his chest area. Redacted was now standing on the ground. Epstein turned to his side, and with the towel on the ground, Redacted. Redacted stated Epstein, Redacted. Redacted recalled Redacted to wipe himself as he got off the table. He also recalled Epstein having a noticeable freckle on his chest. Epstein then left the room and Redacted got dressed. She went back downstairs where she met Redacted and the unknown white female. Redacted admitted to getting paid $300 in cash from Epstein. Before they left, Epstein asked Redacted to leave her phone number. As they were leaving the house, Redacted asked Redacted what had happened and how much she was paid. Redacted stated Redacted seemed upset or jealous when she told her that she received $300. Redacted stated received only $200 that day. Redacted stated that she believed Redacted was paid $200 for bringing her. Redacted told Redacted that if they do this every Saturday, they could be rich. Gonzalez agreed. They then went shopping, though she is not sure where, possibly at TJ Maxx or Marshall's. Redacted stated she never saw Redacted again, as she got into a fight at school. She had not spoken with Redacted either, as her mother took away her cell phone. I asked Redacted if she was aware of any video equipment while she was in the room. She stated no. Redacted stated that she was afraid that Redacted would retaliate against her or her family if she ever went to the police regarding the incident. Redacted stated that her father's Redacted was recently redacted, admitted to telling Redacted what had happened with Epstein. According to Redacted became angry and upset, punching a hole in the wall. Redacted guessed that it was Redacted who told Redacted about the incident, and now there were rumors in school about Redacted and what she did with Epstein. I then talked to Redacted about truth and lying. We talked about the color sweater she was wearing. Redacted denied having sexual intercourse with Epstein. She denied touching his penis. Redacted again admitted Redacted. Redacted agreed to cooperating with the police department in placing a phone call to Redacted in a controlled setting. I met with Ms. Redacted and advised her of the families, as well as Redacted's willingness to cooperate with this investigation. Copies of this interview were placed into evidence. I made contact with Redacted, mother of Redacted, advised her briefly of my investigation. She was aware of the incident and stated that she overheard a portion of a conversation that her daughter was having with a boy named Redacted. Redacted stated that it was her opinion that both girls liked Redacted. Redacted recalled hearing her daughter calling Redacted a whore. Redacted admitted that she did not listen to the entire conversation, but did confront her daughter about it later. Redacted told her mother that something to the effect that Redacted has slept with an older man for money. Redacted stated that she would not object to me speaking with her daughter. It was Redacted's belief that everyone in the school may have known about this because of the fight that her daughter, Redacted, had gotten into. I reminded Redacted that this was an ongoing investigation and requested she not discuss the fact that I had contacted her. She agreed. On 03/16/2005, PBSO Sergeant Redacted left a message that he was returning my call. I spoke with Redacted and discussed the case with him, and inquired if he had any open allegations or cases where the suspect resided in Palm Beach. Redacted stated he was unaware of any. Redacted offered any assistance, if needed. Redacted stated it was his experience that due to the age of the parties involved, it would be difficult to interview them and expect the investigation to remain confidential. Because of the time delay, there was no need for the victim to be taken to a medical facility for a physical for the purpose of obtaining evidence. Heavy redaction. On 03/17/2005, I queried Jeffery Epstein on the internet and obtained a photo of Epstein to be used in a photo lineup. I met with Redacted, at which time she viewed the photo lineup. She immediately recognized Epstein and pointed to him, position 5. Redacted signed the photo lineup under Epstein's picture. This signed lineup was placed into evidence. On 03/18/2005, I met with Redacted at her residence for the purpose of placing a controlled call to Redacted. Redacted spoke with Redacted and asked if she could arrange another meeting with Jeff. Redacted stated that she would have to call him and make the arrangements. A copy of this conversation was placed into evidence. 03/19/2005, I spoke with Redacted and was advised that Redacted left the state to visit with her aunt and uncle. Redacted is scheduled to return to Florida on 03/27/2005. 03/21/2005, I coordinated with PB-BSF unit and OCFAN to initiate surveillance on 358 El Brillo. 03/21/2005, coordinated with Detective Redacted regarding trash pulls from 358 El Brillo. On this same date, I called Redacted to schedule an appointment to speak with Redacted. She stated the school guidance counselor was reluctant to have police present at the school. I assured her that I would respond to the school in civilian clothes and an unmarked vehicle. Redacted called me back and advised that I did not need to make an appointment to see Redacted. I received a return phone call from Redacted stating that Redacted would be attending the Redacted with Redacted. I received messages from Redacted. I conducted a computer query on Epstein. The results of this query indicated the most recent driver's license on Father Epstein was for the state of Florida, which had expired. A cross-reference of Epstein's residence, 358 El Brillo, Palm Beach, revealed the following affiliated names: Redacted, Redacted, WF, DOB, Redacted, 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 WM, DOB, Redacted, WF, WM, white female, white male, and Ghislaine N. Maxwell, UK, F, DOB, Redacted. A computer query for both returned no history. On 03/23/2005, I spoke with Redacted, cell phone, WK Redacted. I requested that she not discuss the incident with anyone, including her daughter Redacted, as I did not want the investigation compromised. I was told at this time that Redacted and Redacted have not been getting along due to the fact that Redacted has decided to continue living with her father. On 03/29/2005, I placed telephone calls to both the Redacted and Redacted residences, requesting to speak with them regarding the investigation. I received return phone calls from Mrs. Redacted and Mrs. Redacted, and advised them that I would be contacting Redacted, 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 to coordinate a time to meet with Redacted. This was at the request of both Redacted and Mrs. Redacted, that Redacted, Redacted, Redacted schedule be disrupted as little as possible. I also updated them to the investigation thus far. Both Redacted and Redacted stated they had no objection to my meeting with Redacted. In speaking with Ms. Redacted, she identified the cell phone number of Redacted as being the phone assigned to Redacted. Ms. Redacted had no objections and provided consent to giving it to the police department for the use of placing controlled phone calls from it. Redacted stated the phone had been taken away from Redacted as part of her punishment for not doing well in school. According to Redacted, Redacted used to be an excellent student, but in the past 2 months has become irritable, verbally abusive to the family, and has run away. Redacted stated her daughter's recent behavior is the opposite of what she normally is. Redacted stated they are going through Redacted with the school, but none of this has come up. Arrangements were made for Detective Redacted to retrieve the cell phone from Redacted at her place of employment. I called Redacted, and requested to speak with Ms. Redacted. Upon speaking with Ms. Redacted, she advised me that she was in the middle of Redacted and would call me back once the Redacted were completed. Ms. Redacted stated the session should be concluded by 7 p.m. At approximately 8 p.m. I had called Ms. Redacted, at which time I left a message on her voicemail requesting a return phone call. I spoke with Ms. Redacted and advised her that I did not meet with her daughter and that I would again attempt to coordinate a time with the counsellor so as not to disrupt Redacted's school schedule. Redacted had no objections. Shortly after speaking with Ms. Redacted, I received a call from Ms. Redacted. I explained the situation and requested a time to meet with Redacted. Back reviewed Redacted's schedule and advised that Redacted would be available after 3 p.m. On 03/30/2005, I met with Ms. Redacted and Redacted at Redacted. I reminded Redacted of her conversation with Redacted. During this time, Redacted initiated a conversation with me in which she admitted she was not telling me everything that had happened during the time she was alone with Epstein. According to Redacted, while she and Epstein were alone on the second floor, Epstein used a Redacted. Redacted stated there was Redacted. I asked Redacted if Epstein ever asked her age, and she stated he had. Redacted stated she told him she was 18. When Epstein asked what school she was in, Redacted responded she was in the 12th grade at Redacted. During the course of this incident, Gonzalez stated Epstein told her that Redacted had worked for him for years. We then continued with a control call to Redacted. At approximately 3:35 p.m., Redacted, from her cell phone, made a call to Redacted's home. Redacted was not home. Redacted was told that Redacted was at work in a double and could be reached on her cell phone. Redacted, WF Redacted, is employed at Redacted, located on Redacted in Wellington. Redacted called Redacted. During the conversation between Redacted and Redacted asked Redacted what happened, stating that she heard rumors that Redacted was going to press charges. Redacted asked if they, meaning Redacted's parents, knew about Jeffrey. Redacted claimed to have heard that Redacted's father had found out about Jeffrey. Redacted told Redacted that they, her parents, did not know anything about Epstein. Redacted told Redacted that Epstein needed someone to work tomorrow and asked if she was available. Redacted stated she would call Epstein and then call Redacted back. During the course of these conversations with Redacted, she would at times appear to be articulate and well-spoken. She would then start to act in an immature manner by looking around, not paying attention, drawing on a paper. Redacted would offer me a high five whenever she claimed to have told me the truth in the details of the afternoon at Epstein's house. Redacted would sit in the chair with her knees propped up to her chest as she admitted that she did not tell me all of the details of her encounter with Epstein during our first meeting. As a means of positive reinforcement, I would high-five Redacted. On 03/31/2005, subpoena requests for Redacted, Redacted, and Redacted, Redacted, and Redacted phone numbers were drafted. On 04/01/2005, I met with members of PB-BSF unit for the purpose of conducting surveillance on 358 El Brillo. Cross-reference supplement. On 04/01/2005, I met with Detective Redacted of the Palm Beach Police Department, who provided me a copy of the concealed weapons permit for Mr. Epstein. It revealed Epstein had a valid permit. There was no current photo attached to the renewal notice. On this same date, I queried various different websites for a possible identification of the purple item retrieved from the trash pool from 358 El Brillo. The item was similar in description as the one described by Redacted and used by Epstein. I made contact with spicygear.com and spoke with the owner, Redacted. I emailed a photograph of the item for his opinion. He identified the items as a jelly anal wand of some sort. The item is easily available at sex shops in South Florida. 04/06/2005. I conducted business queries into Epstein utilizing the internet. I located articles relating to financial reports. There was no local history. On 04/01/2005 to 04/03/2005, with the assistance of Redacted, there was... There was continued surveillance on the property. Sorry, I didn't see that next time. On 04/04/2005, I obtained a copy of voicemail messages, dated 03/31 and 04/01 from Redacted to Redacted. A female identifying herself as Redacted states that she could pick Redacted up to take her to Epstein's house for an 11 o'clock appointment. A copy of this was placed into evidence. On 04/05/2005, a trash pull was conducted at 358 El Brillo by Detective Redacted and me. There were several messages written on various forms of papers. There was a message from Redacted indicating Redacted 1100, I should say. The following was additional information obtained from trash retrieved from 358 El Brillo. Jean-Luc, 6:20 a.m. Redacted, 5. I think that's a 5. Yeah, 5. Redacted, 1 times, Redacted. I'm assuming this is various evidence pulled in. Friday, 5:30 p.m. Redacted, and redacted. A message receipt dated 4/4/105. Redacted. She is looking to speak to you. Redacted. I thought that was like a winky face or something, like an emoji. On 04/06/2005, I faxed subpoena requests to SA Redacted office for Epstein. Redacted and redacted phone records. Phone numbers redacted, and redacted. On 04/06/2005, I recalled Redacted extension Redacted, and spoke with Principal Redacted. He confirmed that they had a student by the name of Redacted. He requested a written request prior to releasing any additional information. On this same date, I faxed Redacted a request with student and parent information on Redacted. I advised Redacted that due to this being an open investigation, he was not to discuss the matter with anyone. On 04/08/2005, I received a message from Redacted, providing me the following information. Redacted. WM DOB Redacted, Wellington, Florida, 33414. Parent's name, Redacted, work Redacted. Detective Redacted provided me with trash obtained from 358 El Brillo for 04/06/04/07/05. The following information was retrieved. Jet Aviation 800-538-0724 itinerary, indicating a departure date of 04/05/2005 at 4 p.m. with an arrival in New York City of 6:15 p.m. Flight crew captain redacted, co-captain redacted, flight engineer Larry Morrison. Call sign N908JE. A note stating "Bye J, thank you" redacted. Handwritten notes and messages 11 redacted, 12:30 chicken, redacted 4, 3rd September, redacted times 8. Redacted work Sunday at 4 p.m. Redacted Monday after school. Left message for redacted. Redacted works 4 to 9 Monday and Tuesday. Leaves school at 8:30 a.m. Redacted will be here tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Mrs. Redacted. There was no trash for 040805. 042205 received the results of a subpoena request from Redacted for Redacted. The results only provided subscriber information. I contacted Redacted. Investigative Subpoena Compliance Center, who stated the request was not complete and the results would be sent to cross-referencing the names redacted and redacted, as well as phone numbers, which were obtained from message notes via trash pulls. I identified the before-mentioned individuals as being acquainted with someone at 358 Obrillo. Redacted DOB redacted. FL, DL number redacted, and redacted. DOB redacted. FL redacted are both above the legal age of consent. On 05/03/2005, I spoke with Redacted and updated her on the investigation. Redacted stated that Redacted was doing well in the school. Her contact with the outside is limited, as they do not have access to the phones. Redacted, and she is not allowed to go anywhere alone. On 05/11/2005, I made arrangements to meet with Redacted. On Thursday, 05/12/05, I spoke with Redacted regarding the case. They will be moving to Redacted. They will be very busy over the next few weeks, but would be available via phone. We'll coordinate a date to meet to discuss the matter further. During this week, I conducted surveillance at Epstein's residence and at the airport, but there was nothing to indicate that Epstein was in town. Due to conflicting appointments, rescheduled until 06/02/2005 to meet with Ms. Redacted. I also spoke with Redacted and updated her to the investigation. On 06/02/2005, I met with Redacted. Redacted advised that she could be reached via her cell phone until she is able to provide me with her new contact information. I also received a message from Redacted. Attempted callback, but the line was busy. June 14, 2005, I received information that Epstein's plane was at Jet Aviation. I spoke with Detective Redacted regarding surveillance. I called the Redacted and asked for Redacted. I was advised she was not working today. This would indicate that Redacted was still employed there. On 07/07/2005, I faxed subpoena requests to SA Redacted office for Epstein, Redacted and Redacted's phone records. Phone numbers redacted. The original subpoena requests only provided subscriber and billing information. On 07/20/2005, conducted a trash pull arranged by OFC. Redacted. Inside, there were MISC papers with phone numbers and names. There were MISC female hygiene products in the trash. Based on a prior auto-track report done on 358 El Brillo, a possible subject residing in the residence is Redacted. Redacted fit the description provided by officers who had conducted surveillance in the area of a female seen entering and leaving the residence. On 07/21/05, I received the Redacted, dated 07/18/05, which was clerked by ASO. On 07/26/2005, I received the results of Redacted subpoena. On 08/04/05, I received Redacted from Redacted with the results of the query. I spoke with Redacted, who confirmed that Redacted was still living out of state. It appeared that all was going well. I left a message for Redacted at Redacted. On 08/08/2005, I received the results of Redacted subpoena. During the week of 09/08/2005, I checked 358 El Brillo and the Palm Beach International Airport, but there was no direct indication that Epstein was in town. On 09/08/2005, I reviewed the case notes of this file, as the case will be turned over to Detective Redacted. On 09/11/2005, while on patrol, I conducted a check at Epstein's residence and found that it still had the hurricane shutters on. On a drive by the Palm Beach International Airport later that afternoon, I did not observe Epstein's plane. On 09/14/2005, I conducted a check at the Palm Beach International Airport, but did not see Epstein's plane. On 09/19/2005, I spoke with Redacted to keep her updated and to find out if there was any change of address or phone numbers for Redacted. I was told no. I left a message for Redacted at Redacted in order to provide her with Detective Redacted's information. Narrative number 2. Reported by Redacted. Entered by Redacted. Both 9/21/05. On September 19, 2005, I met with Officer Redacted and received the information pertaining to this case. Members of the burglary strike force had previously been conducting surveillance on both Epstein and Redacted. Officers Redacted was assigned to monitor the Epstein home, and Sergeant Redacted and Officer Redacted were assigned to monitor Redacted. Both teams provided a surveillance log that would be placed into the attachment file. Detective Redacted was assigned to relieve Officer Redacted at 4 p.m. He informed me that at approximately 8 p.m., Epstein had left for the airport and his private jet was sitting on the tarmac. Epstein's private vehicle drove to the jet and unloaded packages into the jet. It appeared that Epstein left the country at this time. Surveillance will continue to determine when Epstein will return. Investigation continues. Narrative number 3. Reported by Redacted. 9/23/05. Entered by Redacted. 9/23/05. On Friday, September 23, 2005, at approximately 1:45 p.m., I began to copy a tape microcassette under case number 05368 and property number 05243, tape number 1. I placed the tape in the Telex copyette, Series 2 machine, and began to go through the copying process. Approximately half through the tape wrapped around the spindle and became locked and stretched the tape. I examined it and determined that it was in the best interest to leave it, as it is a prior copy. Leave it as it is, as a prior copy had been made and turned over to Sergeant Redacted. I immediately took the tape to Sergeant Redacted and allowed him to examine it, and then obtained the copy from him and Detective Redacted, and brought the copy of the tape down and made a copy for him based on that. The tape was placed back in the original container and is retained in the evidence bag under the previously mentioned property number of 05243. It is not advisable to attempt to copy this tape, as further damage could result to the recorded material, and there is an existing copy anyway. Narrative number 4. Reported by Redacted. Entered by Redacted. Both dates 9/26/05. On 3/24/05 at 11 p.m., a copy of Tape 2, case number 05294, had been made for Detective Redacted by Evidence Specialist Redacted. The copy was turned over to Detective Redacted. On Friday, 09/23/05 at approximately 2:15 p.m., I was in the process of reproducing audio tapes, micro and standard, to standard size when it was discovered. In the test review process, that tape number 2 was blank. I notified Sergeant Redacted and Detective Redacted. I was informed that they had a prior copy, and I could use it to make a master tape. I did so, and when reviewing and signing the evidence sheet, I noticed Evidence Specialist Redacted had written number 2 is blank. I obtained that copy from Detective Redacted and made a new copy on a standard size tape. The new copy was placed in the evidence bag under property number 05294 with the blank tape. Narrative number 5. Reported by Redacted. Entered by Redacted. Both dates 9/28/05. No, that's wrong. Reported by on 9/26/05. Entered by date is 9/28/05. My apologies. Both of them look similar. Well, similar if you squint. Copies of the tapes that were submitted into evidence were requested. Additionally, trash pulls were started on September 21st, 2005. Sergeant Redacted made telephone contact with Redacted. redacted, of redacted, and requested that trash be collected at the Epstein house located at 358 El Brillo in Palm Beach. Sergeant Redacted met with redacted, and observed him enter the property at 358 El Brillo. Shortly thereafter, Redacted exited the property and placed the 3 white trash bags in the empty well in the rear of the truck. Redacted then drove away, where he met with Sergeant Redacted, who removed the bags from the well and placed them into one large black trash bag. The bag was returned to the police station, where I was waiting for him. Upon his arrival, we inspected the bags, where several notes and papers were found. These notes contained names of girls with times. Additionally, there was a note from Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein on a notepad, which stated, "For a good time, call Redacted and Redacted at Redacted." Also, there was another telephone number on the note, Redacted. Also found was a written note which stated, "Redacted cannot come at 7 p.m. tomorrow because of Redacted." These items were written on notepads that contained Jeffrey Epstein on the bottom of the notes. These items were placed into evidence for future follow-up. I requested subpoenas for subscriber information on the telephone numbers listed above on the note from Redacted and Redacted. The cellular telephones Redacted and Redacted are both assigned to Singular Cellular Service. Other notes were found within the trash of Jeffrey Epstein's pad, and papers that contained telephone numbers. One note had Redacted with Redacted written on it. This cellular number is assigned to Redacted. Another sheet had written Redacted, which is assigned to Bell South Telecommunications. The subpoenas were picked up and submitted to Singular and Bell South Telecommunication for subscriber information. On September 22, 2005, I was informed by Sergeant Redacted that there would be no trash pickup as it was recycle pickup day. A request for copies of the micro and standard size cassettes were requested from crime scene to familiarize myself with the interviews conducted. On September 23, 2005, the tapes were received, and I began to become familiar with the interviews that were conducted. Detective Redacted had met with Town of Palm Beach Redacted, and observed him enter the property of 358 El Brillo. Shortly thereafter, Redacted exited the property and placed the 3 white trash bags in the empty well in the rear of the truck. Redacted then drove away, where he met with Detective Redacted, who removed the bags from the well and placed them into one large black trash bag. The bag was returned to the police station, where I was waiting for him. Upon his arrival, we inspected the bags, where several notes and papers were found. The notes will be inspected for future use. The items collected were placed into evidence. It became evident that some of the recordings were recorded with background noise and some interference. The calls most affected were the control phone calls from the victim to the suspect Redacted. I obtained the graphic equalizer and discovered that the calls are able to be legible with the use of the equalizer by lowering the background noise and increasing voice gain. I also learned that a tape was broken during the copying of the tape. I returned the copy of the tape marked property number 05243 to have it recopied to have an original in evidence and a working copy with the file. Upon researching the file, it was discovered that the suspect, Redacted cellular calls, were subpoenaed incorrectly. The suspect telephone number was redacted, and the original request was for Redacted. I requested the information through Singular Cellular Service from February 2005 through the present. The purpose was to have a record of Redacted making calls to victim. Jeffrey Epstein and the frequency of calls. The request was submitted to the State Attorney's Office. Investigation continues. Narrative number 6, reported by Redacted, 10:06:05, entered by Redacted, 10:06:05. On or about September 23, 2005, at approximately 09:15 hours, I responded to 358 El Brillo and met with PB Redacted. Redacted had been previously notified to assist in trash pulls at the residence of Jeffrey Epstein, 358 El Brillo, Palm Beach, Florida. I observed Redacted enter the driveway of 358 El Brillo and remove several plastic bags of trash and place the contents into the back of an empty sanitation truck. I then followed Redacted to a predetermined location and seized the trash from the truck. The trash was transported to the Palm Beach Police Department, where I began sifting through its contents. There was a total of 4 white in color plastic bags, and each contained documentation and correspondence for 358 El Brillo and Jeffrey Epstein. All documents of evidentiary value were removed and turned over to Detective Redacted for follow-up. On or about September 26, 2005, at approximately 0900 hours, I responded to 358 El Brillo and met with PB Redacted. Redacted had been previously notified to assist in trash pulls at the residence of Jeffery Epstein, 358 El Brillo, Palm Beach, Florida. I observed Redacted enter the driveway of 358 El Brillo, where no trash was located within the receptacles. I left the area without incident, and notified Detective Redacted to that effect. On or about September 27, 2005, at approximately 09:15 hours, I responded to 358 El Brillo and met with PB Redacted. I observed Redacted enter the driveway of 358 El Brillo and remove one plastic bag of trash and place it in the back of an empty Redacted truck. I then followed Redacted to a predetermined location and seized the trash from the truck. The trash was transported to the Palm Beach Police Department, where I began sifting for its contents. There was a total of one white in color plastic bag, which contained correspondence for 358 El Brillo. All documents of evidentiary value were removed and turned over to Detective Redacted for follow-up. On or about Monday, October 3, 2005, at approximately 09:15 hours, I responded to 358 El Brillo and met with PB Redacted. I observed Redacted enter the driveway of 358 El Brillo and remove several plastic bags of trash and place the contents into the back of an empty sanitation truck. I then followed Redacted to a predetermined location and seized the trash from the truck. The trash was transported to the Palm Beach Police Department, where I began sifting for its contents. There was a total of 7 white in color plastic bags with a red tie and 1 black in color bag which contained 2 white in color plastic bags with a red tie. Each of the bags contained documentation and correspondence for 358 El Brillo and Jeffery Epstein. Inside of one of the white in color bags, I located a broken piece of a hard plastic or clear acrylic stick, which was shaped with small ridges. This device is commonly used as a sexual toy, which is inserted into the vagina or anus for stimulation. This item, along with all documents of evidentiary value, were removed and turned over to Detective Redacted for follow-up. On or about Thursday, October 4th, 2005, at approximately 09:28 hours, I responded to 358 El Brillo and met with PB Redacted. I observed Redacted enter the driveway of 358 El Brillo and remove several plastic bags of trash and place the contents into the side well of the sanitation truck. This side of the truck is separate from the rear of the truck and does not come into contact with other trash. I then followed Redacted to a predetermined location and seized the trash from the truck. The trash was transported to the Palm Beach Police Department, where I began sifting for its contents. There was a total of 2 white in color plastic bags, which were tied at the top. Each of the bags contained documentation and correspondence for 358 El Brillo and Jeffery Epstein. All documents of evidentiary value were removed and turned over to Detective Redacted for follow-up. On or about Wednesday, October 5th, 2005, at approximately 09:28 hours, I responded to 358 El Brillo and met with PB Redacted. I observed Redacted into the driveway of 358 El Brillo and removed several plastic bags of trash and placed the contents into the bed of the sanitation truck. I then followed Redacted to a predetermined location and seized the trash from the truck. The trash was transported to the Palm Beach Police Department, where I began sifting for its contents with the assistance of Detective Redacted. There were a total of 2 bags, one of which was white in color and tied in a knot at the top, and the other was a black in color bag, which contained 2 white in color trash bags along with loose debris. Each of the bags contained documentation and correspondence for 358 El Brillo and Jeffery Epstein. All documents of evidentiary value were removed and turned over to Detective Redacted for follow-up. Narrative number 7. Reported by Redacted, 10:07:05. Entered by Redacted, 10:07:05. I met with Detective Redacted and requested further assistance to maintain trash collections at Epstein's residence at 358 El Brillo Road. On October 3rd, 2005, at approximately 10:30 a.m., I was contacted by Sergeant Redacted to respond to the Palm Beach Police Station. Detective Redacted had observed Jeffery Epstein riding his bicycle on South County Road, my apologies. Upon my arrival, I met with Sergeant Redacted, who advised, as Epstein was currently in town, we interview Redacted as to her involvement with Epstein and the girls that are brought to his house. As we were to interview Redacted in the county, outside of our jurisdiction, I contacted the State Attorney's Office Investigation Division and made contact with Assistant Supervisor Investigator Redacted. I requested assistance to interview Redacted as the interview may occur in the county. Supervisor Redacted assigned Investigator Redacted to assist us at the location and interview of Redacted. Detective Redacted had responded to the address of Redacted and viewed her vehicle parked in the driveway. Redacted's vehicle, a Redacted Florida tag of Redacted, was parked in the driveway of Redacted in Loxahatchee. Sergeant Redacted and I responded to Redacted and awaited the arrival of Investigator Redacted. Upon his arrival, he was briefed that should she wish to be interviewed within her home, he would be needed. However, should Redacted agree to return to the police station for further questioning, he would not be needed. Sergeant Redacted and I knocked on the door and met with Redacted. Redacted was told that we were investigating a claim involving Jeffery Epstein of El Brillo in Palm Beach. Redacted was asked if she wanted to accompany us back to the police station for further questioning. She was also told that at the conclusion of the interview, she would be returned home. She agreed and wished to change her clothes prior to accompanying us back to the police station. At the conclusion of her changing clothes, she advised she was ready to go. I thanked Investigator Redacted and advised she was going to voluntarily return to the police station. Upon Redacted entry in the unmarked detective vehicle, I placed a tape recorder within the vehicle to record any conversations within the vehicle. During the ride back to the police station, Redacted advised she is attending Redacted at the Redacted and is majoring in Redacted. Upon our arrival at the police station, Redacted was brought to the interview room in the Detective Bureau. I explained to Redacted that I appreciated her willingness to assist us, and informed her that should she desire to leave at any time, she may do so. I further explained the interview room door is only closed for privacy. Redacted stated she understood. During the taped, sworn interview, Redacted was asked how she came in contact with Epstein. Redacted stated back when she turned 17 years of age, she was approached by a friend, Redacted, in the Redacted in Riviera Beach. Redacted was asked if she wanted to make money. She was told she would have to provide a massage and should make $200. Redacted thought about the offer and agreed to meet with Jeffery. Redacted, unknown last name, and Redacted, unknown last name, picked her up and she was taken to Epstein's house. Upon her arrival at the house, she was introduced to Epstein in the kitchen of the house. She was also introduced to a white female known to her as Redacted. She was led upstairs to the main bedroom, known to her as Jeff Epstein's bedroom. Redacted arranged the massage table and covered the table with a sheet. She brought out the massage oars and laid them next to the massage bed. Redacted then left the room and informed her Jeff would be in a minute. Jeff entered the bedroom wearing only a towel. He lay on the table onto his stomach and picked massage oil for Redacted to rub on him. During the massage, Redacted stated, "He tried to touch me and I stopped him." I asked how he tried to touch her. He redacted, and she felt uncomfortable. Redacted also stated Epstein has a vibrator, which is large and white in color. Redacted told Epstein, "I'll massage you, but I don't want to be touched." Redacted stated she redacted. At the conclusion of the massage, Epstein paid Redacted $200 for the massage. He explained, "I know you're not comfortable, but I'll pay you if you bring some girls." He told her, "The younger the better." Redacted stated she once tried to bring a 23-year-old female, and Epstein stated that the female was too old. Redacted was asked how many girls she brought in total to Epstein. Redacted stated 6 that she can remember. Redacted stated she brought Redacted, and the victim in this case. I asked Redacted which one was the youngest. Redacted advised the victim was the youngest. Redacted stated every girl she brought knew what to expect when they arrived. They were told they would provide a massage, possibly naked, and some touching. I asked her if the victim was aware. She stated every girl she brought knew what to expect. She explained she knew the victim wanted to make money. She approached the victim and explained about going to work for Jeff. The victim agreed, and arrangements were made to bring the victim to Epstein's house on a weekend. Redacted stated that she and Redacted, later identified as Redacted, picked up the victim at the victim's house. They traveled to Epstein's house and entered through the kitchen door. They met with the house chef and Epstein's assistant, Redacted. The victim was introduced to Epstein while they were in the kitchen area. Redacted led the victim upstairs, and Epstein went upstairs. When the massage was over, the victim returned to the kitchen area. Redacted stated she was paid $200 for bringing the victim to Epstein's. Redacted stated the victim told her she was paid $300 for the massage. Back in the vehicle, Redacted asked the victim what happened. The victim told her about the massage, and then they went shopping. Redacted stated the victim was the last person she brought to Epstein. She further stated that she had changed her cellular number to avoid being contacted by Redacted. She continued that when Epstein announces to his assistant that he is traveling to Palm Beach, Redacted would contact Redacted to arrange girls for Epstein. Redacted, later identified as Redacted, date of birth Redacted, had told Redacted that Jeff likes to have his fun with the girls. Redacted stated that once her parents discovered that she was visiting Epstein, they disapproved of the encounters with him and she stopped. Redacted further stated that Redacted still tries to call the house and leave messages. With the assistance of Redacted, we were able to identify Redacted, DOB Redacted, Redacted, DOB Redacted, Redacted, DOB Redacted, and Redacted, DOB Redacted. Sergeant Redacted entered the room and explained that, based on her own statements, she had implicated herself with bringing underage girls to Epstein's house. Redacted was aware of what she had stated and wished to assist further in hopes to receive a lesser charge. Redacted provided cellular telephone numbers for the girls she had mentioned previously. Additionally, she also provided possible addresses and areas in which they lived. As Redacted was being taken home in the vehicle, a tape recorder was placed within the vehicle to record any conversations within the vehicle. During the drive back to her home, Redacted made the comment, "I'm like a Redacted Hollywood madame who sent girls to clients for sexual favors in California." Redacted was dropped off at her house without incident. Sergeant Redacted and I went to Redacted in Loxahatchee, Florida, in an attempt to speak with Redacted. We met with Mrs. Redacted's mother, at the front door. We explained the ongoing investigation and felt that Redacted may have additional information, as we had information that she had worked for Jeff. Mrs. Redacted introduced us to her husband and allowed us entry into the home. We sat in the dining room and met with Redacted, date of birth Redacted. As she was under the age of 18, Mrs. Redacted was advised we would be speaking with her. She expressed if her daughter had information she wanted to assist. As we interviewed Redacted, she denied having any inappropriate encounters with Jeff Epstein. She stated she had gone to Jeff's house with Redacted approximately 8 months ago and sat in the kitchen with the house chef, but nothing happened. As the parents were present during the interview, we felt that Redacted was withholding information from us. She made several comments as to she has put the entire incident behind her. I left my direct telephone number and advised, should she wish to speak with me again, to telephone me. Sergeant Redacted and I thanked Mrs. Redacted for her time and left the area. She stated she would ask her again after we left as to what happened at Epstein's house. I informed her that Redacted had my telephone number and hopefully she would call. Sergeant Redacted and I then attempted contact with Redacted in Loxahatchee. We met with Redacted who stated Redacted was her daughter. Redacted was at the Wellington Mall and was not home. We explained the ongoing investigation and felt the Redacted may have additional information, as we had information that she had worked for Jeff. We left our phone numbers and asked her to telephone me upon her daughter's return. We then left the area. On October 4, 2005, at approximately 8:05 a.m., Sergeant Redacted had retrieved a voicemail message from Redacted. She stated she had spoken with her daughter, and she had information as to what occurred at Jeff's house. I contacted Redacted, who stated her daughter was in the shower at the moment and would be travelling back to Redacted to attend college. I informed her I would be en route to our home in Loxahatchee. What? Why is that? Such a weird... I mean, I guess it's probably from the Native American pronunciation, but god damn, it's a tongue twister. Detective Redacted and I drove to the Redacted home and met with Redacted and Redacted. During a sworn taped statement, Redacted stated she was taken to the house by Redacted. She was told she could make money working for Jeff. She was told she would have to provide a massage to Jeff. Redacted stated upon her arrival to the house, she was brought to the kitchen area by Redacted. They met with the house chef and Redacted stayed in the kitchen. She was introduced to Redacted, Jeff's assistant, and was brought upstairs to the master bedroom. Or mater bedroom. I'm assuming that means master bedroom. Redacted prepared the room and massage table for a massage. Epstein entered the room and she provided a massage. Redacted stated she kept her clothes on during the massage. She stated sometime during the massage, Epstein, Redacted, and redacted. Redacted said she was weirded out by the incident involving Jeff. At the conclusion of the massage, she was paid $200 for the massage. I asked Redacted if she has any formal training in massages, to which she replied no. I asked her if Redacted received any monies for taking her to perform the massage. Redacted stated Redacted also received money for taking her there. Redacted stated she went with Redacted and another girl, Redacted, to Jeff's house once. Redacted stated she waited in the kitchen with Redacted, while Redacted was taken upstairs by Redacted. Redacted stated she only did the massage once, as she was weirded out by the whole experience. At the conclusion of the interview, and the tape was stopped, I was informed that Redacted had attempted to reach Redacted via cell phone. A voicemail message on October 4, 2005, at 10:59 a.m., revealed a female voice who identified herself as Redacted, who requested her to call her back, referenced the police questioning. This voicemail message was recorded onto a microcassette. Redacted provided the incoming telephone number as Redacted. Redacted stated she inadvertently told Redacted about the police investigation because Redacted had called her to tell her about how she just received a rental car from Jeff Epstein. Redacted had called her to tell her that she was given a rental car, Redacted, to utilize to visit family and visit Jeff. Redacted asked her what was going on at the house, that the police would be asking questions. Redacted stated Redacted then called Jeff and Redacted and asked what was going on, referenced the ongoing police investigation. According to Redacted, Redacted has since then been trying to contact her to ask about the police questions. I instructed Redacted not to contact Redacted and do not provide any more information to Redacted, as she would notify Jeff Epstein and Redacted what was transpiring. Investigation continues. Narrative 8, reported by Redacted, 10:07:05. Entered by Redacted, 10:07:05. On March 30, 2005, I was asked by Sergeant Redacted to begin conducting surveillance and trash pulls, reference Detective Redacted, conducting a criminal investigation involving Jeffrey Epstein. I was advised that Epstein was possibly engaging in sexual contact with young females. On March 30, 2005, I made contact with Town of Palm Beach, Redacted, and requested trash pulls for 358 El Brillo Way to begin on March 31, 2005. On March 31, 2005, at 9:20 a.m., I responded to the area of 358 El Brillo Way and met with Town of Palm Beach, Redacted. I observed Redacted enter the driveway of 358 El Brillo Way, collect the trash bags from Epstein's property, and place the contents into an empty sanitation truck. I followed Redacted to a nearby area where he turned over 17 white plastic trash bags, which were collected from Epstein's property. I took the trash bags to the sanitation department, where I sifted for its contents. I collected mail correspondence from Armani Exchange addressed to Redacted. Jeffery E. Epstein notepaper with Redacted. An important message notepaper addressed to J.E. dated 03/29/05 at 8:15 p.m. reference Redacted. U.S. Airways boarding pass copy for passenger Redacted. Food service ID Redacted for Redacted and Ghislaine Maxwell notepaper with names and phone numbers. Photocopies of the trash collected were attached with the supplement. Detective Redacted was advised of the contents that were collected for evidentiary value. On March 31, 2005, Sergeant Redacted requested that I set up a surveillance vehicle on El Brillo Way and conduct video surveillance on the front exterior of Epstein's residence. At 3 p.m., I set up a surveillance vehicle equipped with a video monitoring device. The surveillance vehicle was parked on El Brillo Way, approximately 50 feet east of Epstein's driveway. The purpose of the video surveillance was to gather investigative intelligence by monitoring and recording all vehicle and pedestrian traffic entering and leaving Epstein's property. The video surveillance tapes were changed daily, with a new Maxell T160 VHS tape. Video surveillance was established for Epstein's from March 31, 2005 through April 05, 2005. On April 05, 2005, video surveillance was concluded. I reviewed the videotapes and advised Detective Redacted the surveillance videos yielded no evidentiary value. On April 01, 2005, at 9:30 a.m., I responded to the area of 358 El Brillo Way to meet with Town of Palm Beach, Redacted. While parked in the area of 358 El Brillo Way, waiting to collect Epstein's trash, I observed a white female who I recognized as Redacted from her Florida driver's license photograph. I made no contact with Redacted. While parked in the area, I also observed Epstein's GMC Yukon truck leave the property as well as other vehicles arrive and park across the street from the property. The occupants of these vehicles appear to be housekeepers, maintenance men, and gardeners. At 9:38 a.m., I met with Town of Palm Beach redacted. I observed redacted enter the driveway of 358 Obrello Way and collect the trash from Epstein's property. I followed redacted to a predetermined area, at which time I collected the trash bags from the sanitation truck. I transported the trash bags to the redacted department, where I sifted through its contents. I collected mail correspondences addressed to Jeffrey Epstein, automotive records and personal documents for redacted and redacted, as well as Jeffrey Epstein note paper with the names and appointment times for redacted and redacted. No last names or other personal information was written on the note paper. While sifting through Epstein's trash, I also collected a 3-inch purple finger-sized object, which had a broken end. The object appeared to be a broken piece from a sexual toy, similar to a cyclone vibrator, possibly used for rectal gratification. The sexual object was photographed for Detective Redacted, packaged in a biohazard evidence bag, possible body fluids, and secured as investigative evidence. All items collected from Epstein's trash were turned over to Detective Redacted for evidentiary purposes. On April 5, 2005, at 9:18 a.m., I met with Town of Palm Beach redacted. I observed redacted enter the driveway of 358 Obrello Way and collect the trash from Epstein's property. I followed redacted to a predetermined area, at which time I collected the trash bags from the sanitation truck. I transported the trash bags to the sanitation department, where I sifted for its contents. I collected mail correspondence addressed to Jeffrey Epstein, as well as notepaper, important message, with names and telephone numbers. The following are items collected from Epstein's trash. Redacted. Blank piece of white paper, redacted. Black paper, redacted. Black paper, redacted. David, redacted. Emerson Hotmail webpage with email address, redacted. The following items were documented for Detective Redacted, investigation for evidentiary purposes. On April 06, 08, 11, 12, 13, 15, 2005, at approximately 9:30 a.m., I met with Town of Palm Beach redacted. I observed the employee enter the driveway of 358 Obrello Way and collect the trash from Epstein's property. I followed the employee to a predetermined area, at which time I collected the trash bags from the sanitation truck. I transported the trash bags to the redacted department, where I sifted for its contents. All of the documents collected from Epstein's trash during my assistance were turned over to Detective Pagan for evidentiary purposes. On June 14, 2005, Detective Redacted contacted me and advised that the airplane belonging to Jeffrey Epstein of Redacted was parked at the Palm Beach International Airport. Detective Redacted requested that I begin trash pulls for the purpose of gathering evidence and intelligence. I made contact with Town of Palm Beach redacted, and requested trash pulls for 358 Obrello Way to begin on June 15, 2005. On June 15, 2005, I met with a redacted. I observed the employee enter the driveway of 358 Obrello Way and collect the trash from Epstein's property. I followed the employee to a predetermined area, at which time I collected the trash bags from the sanitation truck. I transported the trash bags to the sanitation department, where I sifted for its contents. The trash yielded negative results, and no evidence was collected. No further trash was collected throughout the week due to the fact that Epstein's security gates remained closed throughout the week. Therefore, the sanitation employees were unable to gain access onto the property for collection of the trash. All evidence and intelligence gathered by this officer has been turned over to the Detective Bureau, and no further action has been taken by this officer. End of supplement. Narrative number 9. Reported by Redacted. 10:07:05. Entered by Redacted. 10:10:05. On October 4, 2005, I made telephone contact with Redacted, who had left several messages on voicemail. During the message, she advised she was not completely truthful when we met in person, but would like to speak with me to advise what had happened. She further advised she did not want to speak of this incident in front of her mother. At approximately 15:48 p.m., I made telephone contact with Redacted. During a taped recorded statement, Redacted stated the following. Approximately a year ago, when she was 16 years of age, Redacted took her to Jeff's house twice. The first time she went, Redacted drove to the house. They entered through the kitchen area, where she was introduced to Redacted and Jeff. She was taken upstairs to a bedroom by Redacted, who set the room up with a massage bed and brought out the oils to use. Jeff then entered the room wearing a towel. He lay on the table and picked out a lotion for Redacted to rub on him. At one point during the massage, he tried to Redacted, at which point she became very upset and discontinued the massage. Both Redacted and Jeffrey had a verbal disagreement, at which time she left without being paid. She met with Redacted, who was sitting in the kitchen, and told her, "Let's go." Redacted advised she received no money for that day. Redacted also said that Redacted had told her if she was uncomfortable with what was going on, to let him know and he'll stop. She knew that the more you do, the more you are paid. Several weeks later, Redacted advised she agreed to be taken a second time by Redacted. Once they arrived at the residence, Redacted sat in the kitchen, and Redacted took her upstairs to the master bedroom again. Redacted set the room up with a massage bed and brought her the oils to use. Jeff then entered the room wearing a towel. He lay on the table and picked out a lotion for Redacted to rub on him. At one point during the massage, he tried to Redacted. As Redacted was wearing tight jeans and had a tight belt on, Jeff was Redacted. Jeff then rolled onto his back during the massage. He Redacted. Redacted then became upset again and told him she didn't want to be Redacted. Redacted discontinued the massage and was paid $200. Redacted then went downstairs where Redacted was waiting for her. She told Redacted she wanted to leave. Redacted said she never returned to the house. Redacted stated she is aware that her friend, Redacted, was also at the house and had a problem with Jeff. She provided a telephone number for Redacted. The interview was concluded and the microcassettes were turned in as evidence. On October 5, 2005, I researched the incoming telephone number that had left Redacted a message. The telephone number, Redacted, was assigned to ATT Singular Cellular Service. I prepared a subpoena request and faxed the request to the State Attorney's Office. Information requested was subscriber information, as well as all incoming and outgoing calls for the months of September and October 2005. I later researched Redacted and discovered she resides in Royal Palm Beach. Detective Redacted and I drove to Royal Palm Beach and met with Redacted at her residence, Redacted, in Royal Palm Beach. Redacted agreed to speak with us in the kitchen area. During a sworn taped statement, Redacted stated the following. On or about November 2004, she was approached by Redacted and asked if she wanted to make money. She agreed and was told she would provide a massage to a wealthy man in Palm Beach. Redacted picked her up and drove her to a house in Palm Beach. She was brought into the kitchen area of the house. She further stated that Redacted went with them. They were brought into the kitchen where she was introduced to Jeff and other females. Redacted stated she was introduced to a helper of Jeff. What was that? Clara, are you trying to get into places you should not be? Because last time you did that on stream, you actually turned the stream off. And my PC. So you can't go back there. Alright, where the fuck am I? Yes, they were brought into the kitchen where she was introduced to Jeff and other females. Redacted stated she was introduced to a helper of Jeff. The female was described as white female, unknown name, with redacted hair. She stated that the assistant was familiar with Redacted. The assistant set up the massage table and put out lotions to be used. She told Redacted Jeff would be available in a minute. There you are, cat. Oh dear. Jeff entered the room wearing only a towel. Jeff lay on the massage table and picked a lotion to rub on his thighs and back. Redacted further stated that during the massage, Jeff asked her to remove her clothes. She complied and removed her pants and blouse. Redacted didn't remember if she had removed her bra, but feels that she did. Redacted was certain that she stayed in her thong underwear. Redacted, massive redaction there, was instructed to return to the ground, at which time Jeff turned to have his chest rubbed. Redacted advised it was at this time she is sure he was masturbating. Redacted did not want to look at his penis area because she was uncomfortable. Jeff removed a large white vibrator and turned it on. Redacted stated he redacted. Shortly thereafter, Jeff ejaculated and removed himself from the table. He walked over to where the shower was and opened the glass door. She waited as he was taking a shower in her direct view. When I asked Redacted how old she was when this occurred, she stated she had just turned 17. At the conclusion of the shower, Redacted was paid either $350 or $400. She stated she wasn't sure, but knows it was close to $400. At the conclusion of the interview, Redacted stated she never returned to provide a massage for Jeff. She advised she was ashamed and uncomfortable with the situation. Detective Redacted and I then left the area and responded to the Redacted, where Redacted and all the above-mentioned girls had attended. I met with school police officer Redacted. Explained I was looking for a previous student who attended redacted. I inquired about redacted. I further explained that I was working a case in which most of the girls I've interviewed are either witnesses or victims and felt that redacted may be one as well. Officer Redacted researched his previous student records and found redacted. She attended the same year and graduated in the same year as the other girls. I was provided the last known address of Redacted. At approximately 2:10 p.m., Detective Redacted and I met with Redacted. Redacted at her residence, Redacted in Royal Palm Beach. As Redacted was only 17 years of age, I had notified her mother, Mrs. Redacted, that she would be interviewed reference an ongoing investigation in Palm Beach. I assured her that her daughter was not a suspect. I explained the possibility of her being either a witness or victim. Mrs. Redacted advised she wanted Redacted to cooperate and consented to the interview. During a sworn tape statement, Redacted stated the following. At the age of 16, during the month of September 2004, she was approached by Redacted for a chance to make money. Redacted was friends with the friends of Redacted and knew the same people. Redacted had been previously told by her friends what Redacted did for Jeff. Redacted called a person known to Redacted as Redacted and scheduled the appointment. Redacted picked Redacted up and drove her to Palm Beach. To Palm Beach, to a street called Boulevardy. Sorry, I lost my place there. They drove to the end of the street and entered a large driveway. They entered the kitchen area of the house and met with Jeff. Redacted was introduced to Jeff. Redacted led Redacted upstairs to the main bedroom area and set up the room, with a massage table and set up the oils. Redacted dimmed the lights and turned on soft music. Redacted exited the room and Jeff entered the room wearing only a towel. Jeff picked oils and instructed her to rub his legs, under his buttocks, back and chest area. Jeff asked her to get comfortable. Redacted advised she did not remove her clothes. She was wearing tight jeans and a cropped tank top, exposing her belly area. During the massage, Jeff removed his towel. As Redacted rubbed his chest area, Jeff redacted. However, was unable to due to the tightness of the jeans and a tight belt. Redacted advised Jeff began to masturbate as redacted. Fucking hell. Jeff moaned as she redacted. She observed he was continuing to masturbate and attempted to redacted. Redacted pulled back and Jeff stopped. However, he kept masturbating until he climaxed. He cleaned himself with a towel he was previously wearing. I asked Redacted if she knew the difference between circumcised and not circumcised. She explained she knew and advised Jeff was circumcised. Redacted was paid $200 for the massage and left the area. She met with Redacted, who was waiting in the kitchen area, and left the house. Redacted then explained she never provided another massage for Jeff. She did, however, go to the house with Redacted and Redacted. Redacted as he took another friend of Redacted. Redacted advised she was present when Redacted went to work for Jeff. She advised she rode over and sat in the kitchen area with Redacted to wait for Redacted. Redacted advised that while they waited for Redacted, the house chef prepared lunch for them, as it was almost lunchtime. As Redacted was finished with the massage, they left the area. I asked Redacted if Redacted ever told what would be expected of her when she provided a massage. Redacted stated yes. Redacted told her that a massage would be expected, possibly naked, and possibly some touching involved. Redacted has no formal training in providing massages. Redacted spoke about a third and last time she went to Jeff's house. Redacted drove another girl, Redacted, who is Redacted's friend, to Jeff's house. Redacted stated she knew that Redacted had made money providing girls for Jeff, and she wanted to do the same. Redacted took them in the kitchen area of the house and introduced Redacted to Redacted. Redacted took Redacted upstairs to the main bedroom. Redacted advised she doesn't know what happened to Redacted, as Redacted did not speak about what happened in the room. Redacted received $100 from Redacted for going with her to Jeff's house and recommending Redacted. Redacted was unable to remember Redacted's telephone number. The interview was concluded, and we left the area. Investigation continues. My voice is cracking up a little bit, so I'll probably stop once we get to the end of these narratives, or indeed if we just carry on and I find I cannot continue due to my voice breaking. That said, hearing these narratives is exactly why I'm looking to narrate the lot. It is exactly why I'm doing this. Gotta bring this shit to the light. Whew. Narrative 10. Reported by redacted. Entered by redacted. 10:09:05 and 10:10:05. On October 6, 2005, Detective Redacted and I went to Redacted, located in Redacted. We met with Dean of Students, Redacted. I explained to Mr. Redacted that we were investigating a crime within the town of Palm Beach and felt that a student, Redacted, may have information. Redacted confirmed that Redacted is a student and currently on the Redacted for Redacted. She was in Redacted at the time of our arrival. Redacted sent a security guard to locate Redacted in class and bring her to the office. Mr. Redacted allowed us to interview Redacted in an empty conference room. At 11:45 a.m., I met with Redacted and explained to her why we were there to interview her. She advised she was aware of the ongoing investigation. Redacted stated she had previously spoken with Redacted, who told her she was interviewed by detectives. During a sworn taped statement, Redacted stated she knew that Redacted worked for Jeff in Palm Beach. Redacted advised she has been there many times for massages. I asked her if she had formal training in providing massages. Redacted stated she did not. Redacted advised she was told what was expected of her by providing massages and would have to remove clothing, but if she felt uncomfortable just to say so, and Jeff would stop pushing the issue. Redacted began providing massages and advised she kept her clothes on. She considered Jeff a pervert, who kept pushing to go further and further. Redacted explained she would keep telling him she had a boyfriend and that it would not be right to her boyfriend. It wasn't until recently Redacted admitted to removing her clothes and staying in her thong underwear to provide a massage. Redacted explained Jeff wanted to be rubbed on his back, and recently he began turning over to have her rub his chest as he masturbated. He would try to Redacted as she rubbed his chest. Redacted stated Jeff would try to get away with more and more on each massage. Originally, Redacted drove her to the house for the original massage. Redacted left Redacted her cell phone number, and every time Jeff would come into town, Redacted would call her for an appointment. Each time she went, Redacted would meet her at the kitchen door area. She would bring her upstairs and prepare the massage table. Redacted advised Jeff would ask her questions about herself. He knew she was a Redacted and would be attending Redacted. I asked Redacted if he knew her real age. Redacted stated Jeff didn't care. The most recent massage she provided was on October 1st, 2005. During the massage, she asked Jeff if she could borrow one of his vehicles to visit her family and boyfriend in Orlando. Jeff had told her she could borrow one of his vehicles, but later stated he would rent her a car. She continued with the massage as Jeff Redacted. I asked Redacted if she was wearing undergarments, to which she replied her thong underwear. Once he tried to Redacted. She would pull away from him, and he would stop. Redacted was asked if he ever used a vibrator on her. Redacted was aware of the vibrator, but advised she never would allow him to use the vibrator on her. She described the vibrator as a large white vibrator with a huge head on the tip of the vibrator. She stated he kept the vibrator in a closet near the massage table. Redacted advised she had been doing the massage for approximately 2 years, which meant she would have started doing massages for Jeff at the age of 16. Redacted stated she was contacted by Redacted on October 3rd, 2005. Redacted had informed her that Jeff had rented her a new Redacted and she should come by the house to pick it up. Redacted informed Redacted she would have the car for a month. Redacted stated Jeff knew her car was not working properly and had missed appointments in the past because of her car being inoperable. Redacted explained the car is currently parked next to the Redacted field. I asked her if she ever took anyone to the house. Redacted explained she took Redacted, a friend of hers who has returned to Redacted to attend college. I asked she ever allowed another female in the room. Redacted advised no one was brought into the room with her. At the conclusion of the interview, Detective Redacted and I went to the gym area and located the Redacted, bearing Florida tag Redacted. The vehicle is registered to Redacted out of the Palm Beach International Airport. Telephone contact was made with Redacted to the victim's mother at Redacted. I explained to her that I was following up on this case and provided a complete update on the case. Narrative 11. Reported by Redacted, 10th, 21st, 05. Entered by Redacted. 10/21/05. On October 10th, 2005, at approximately 2:30 p.m., I made telephone contact with Redacted. During a taped conversation, Redacted was told of an ongoing investigation in which I felt she had information pertaining to Jeffrey Epstein. Redacted explained she met Epstein when she was just 16 years of age. She was approached by Redacted, a friend who also had previously gone to Epstein's house, for massages. Redacted advised she was working at the Redacted when she was approached. Redacted told her that she would have to provide a massage to Epstein, and she would have to perform this massage. Redacted thought about the offer and stated she could make $200 for only 30 minutes of work. She agreed to perform the massage, and Redacted set the appointment for her that same day. Redacted remembered it was a weekend, and as she only worked Redacted on the weekends. Redacted took her to the house, where she was introduced to Redacted, Jeff Epstein's assistant. Redacted took her upstairs to her master bedroom. Redacted explained that as she was walking up the stairs, she observed several photographs of naked women along the walls and tables of the house. We've seen that before. Redacted further explained that she was brought into the bedroom, where Redacted prepared the room by setting up the massage table and provided the oils for her to rub on Epstein. Epstein entered the room and introduced himself. Epstein lay on the table and told her to get comfortable. Redacted could not remember if he was naked or if he entered the room with a towel. Redacted stated she provided Redacted. She continued rubbing his legs, thighs, and feet. Redacted advised he turned over onto his back. She continued to rub his legs with the oils. Epstein Redacted. I asked Redacted if she knew what circumcised and uncircumcised meant. Redacted stated circumcised is when the penis has no foreskin and the head of the penis is visible. Redacted stated Epstein is circumcised. Redacted began to cry on the telephone and stated she had been to his house hundreds of times over a 2-year period. She claimed to have made thousands of dollars during her visits. Redacted stated she could not remember how many times exactly she went to Epstein's home, but said it was a lot. Redacted became more upset, crying hysterically, and stated she was paid and instructed to Redacted by Epstein. Epstein continued to Redacted. She further stated that things escalated further and further. Epstein Redacted. Additionally, Redacted. She claimed he, Epstein, Redacted. Redacted could not continue and wanted some time to regain her composure. I explained to Redacted to take her time. After taking several minutes to regain her composure, I explained that I would travel to meet with her in person, as I felt she had additional information to provide. I met with Sergeant Redacted and explained the importance to meet with Redacted in person. Sergeant Redacted agreed and made arrangements for Detective Redacted and I to meet with Redacted in Jacksonville, Florida. On October 11, 2005, at 4:10 p.m., Detective Redacted and I met with Redacted and her friend, Redacted at Redacted in Jacksonville, Florida. Redacted wanted to have Redacted present for support. I explained to her that I did not have a problem as long as she wanted Redacted present during the interview. Redacted stated she wanted her present. I explained that as Redacted was present, she was not allowed to comment or ask any questions during the interview. She was only there to comfort Redacted should the interview upset her. During the sworn tape statement, Redacted explained how everything began. She said she was brought through the kitchen area where she met Redacted for the first time. She was led to the master bedroom, Epstein's room. Redacted explained that as she was walking up the stairs, she observed several photographs of naked women along the walls and tables of the house. Redacted further explained that she was brought into the bedroom, where Redacted prepared the room by setting up the massage table and provided the oils for her to rub on Epstein. Redacted explained she remembered the steam room area, which contained 2 large showers. Epstein entered the room from the steam room area and introduced himself. Epstein lay on the table and told her to get comfortable. Hall removed her skirt and kept her shirt on. She could not remember if he was naked or if he entered the room with a towel. Epstein then instructed her to remove her shirt. Redacted. She continued rubbing his legs, thighs, and feet. Redacted advised he turned over onto his back. She continued to rub his legs with the oils. Epstein Redacted. Epstein ejaculated, which meant the massage was over. At the conclusion of the massage, Redacted was paid $200. They walked together downstairs, where Redacted and Redacted were waiting. Redacted stated Redacted received an unknown amount of money for taking her to Epstein. Epstein instructed to leave her cellular telephone number so that he could contact her when he was in town. Redacted explained that she continued to go to Epstein's house and became a regular at the house. She could not provide an exact number, but claimed she had been there hundreds of times. She claimed sexual activities did not occur every time she was there. There were times she went to dinners and parties with Epstein. Redacted explained that things began to escalate more than the massage. The encounters included bringing in his assistant. Redacted explained Epstein had purchased her from her family in Redacted. Epstein bragged he brought her into the United States to be his redacted sex slave. Redacted advised he was naked in the bedroom. She entered and removed her clothing. Redacted entered the room from the steam room area already naked. He instructed Redacted to redact it on Redacted. Redacted refused to perform that act. Epstein offered her an additional $200 for her to redact it for 5 minutes. Redacted agreed to Redacted for the additional $200. Redacted explained that Epstein would redact it. Things continued to escalate by purchasing sex toys. Redacted stated she had redacted. Each time something new was introduced, additional monies were produced and offered for Redacted to allow the acts to happen. Redacted was adamant that she performs all these acts, but there was an understanding with Epstein that no vaginal penetration would occur with his penis. Redacted explained that Epstein's penis was deformed. Redacted explained that his penis was oval-shaped. She claimed when Epstein's penis was erect, it was thick toward the bottom, but was thin and small toward the head portion. She called it egg-shaped. Redacted continued that the Redacted encounters with Redacted Epstein and her became a ritual. Redacted would arrive at the house and walk herself upstairs, where Redacted and Epstein were waiting. Redacted would redacted, and join them. Redacted, explained. Redacted, Epstein, or redacted, Epstein, redacted. Massive redactions. Redacted explanation revealed they were in a redacted. Redacted advised one day. Redacted was unable to state an exact date when this incident occurred. She came to the house after Redacted had informed her that Epstein had arrived. She arrived at the house and went upstairs to the master bedroom. Redacted advised she immediately redacted her clothing, as Redacted and Epstein were already naked in the bedroom. Redacted explained that Redacted and she had a redacted encounter to include redacted. Redacted remembered that Redacted and was removing herself from the massage table. Redacted asked for a sheet of paper and drew the massage table in the master bedroom and where Epstein, Redacted, and she were. Epstein turned redacted. Redacted stated Epstein began to redact it. Redacted became upset over this. She said redacted as he redacted. She screamed no and Epstein stopped. She told him that she did not want to redact it. Epstein apologized for his actions and subsequently paid her $1,000 for that visit. Additionally, shortly thereafter, Epstein gave Redacted a redacted in color for her personal use. Redacted advised there were times that she was so sore when she left Epstein's house. Redacted advised she was redacted. Redacted advised she had difficulty walking to the car after leaving the house because she was so sore. Redacted advised that other than that one time when Epstein redacted, there was no other redacted. Redacted provided names of girls that she knew of that had gone to Epstein's house. Redacted provided the name of redacted, and feels she still may be going to the house to massage Epstein. According to Redacted is still redacted. When asked if she had been recently contacted by anyone of the house, Redacted advised she received an email from Redacted, which is her email account. The email was just a hello, how are you doing type of email. There had been no other contact from the house. The interview was concluded and Redacted left the area. The tapes and drone were submitted into evidence. Investigation continues. Narrative 12, reported by Ricari, redacted, 11:01:05, entered by redacted, 11:07:05. On October 12, 2005, Detective Redacted and I traveled to the Orlando area and made telephone contact with Redacted. Redacted agreed to meet with us as we were in the Orlando area. Redacted provided directions to her apartment. Detective Redacted and I met with Redacted, who stated during a sworn tape statement that nothing happened between her and Epstein. Redacted appeared nervous during the interview. I assured her that I had spoken with other people who advised differently. Redacted stated she only went a couple of times and provided a massage to Epstein. She stated she was brought to the Epstein house in March of 2005. Redacted brought her to work. Redacted has no formal training in providing massages. Redacted stated she provided a massage, fully clothed, for $200. As I sensed hesitancy in her answers, I asked Redacted if she had been contacted by anyone from the house. Redacted stated she was interviewed already by an investigator for Epstein. He met with her on October 8, 2005 at a roadhouse in Orlando. He identified himself as Redacted and inquired about the police investigation and left his telephone number, Redacted, for additional contact. Redacted provided no additional information, as it appeared her responses were almost scripted. We left the area and returned to Palm Beach Police Department. Based on the information acquired during the interviews, a search warrant was prepared for entry at the Epstein home. On October 18, 2005, I met with Judge Redacted, who reviewed the warrant request. She found there was sufficient probable cause and signed the warrant request. On October 20, 2005, at approximately 9:36 a.m., members of the Palm Beach Police Investigations Unit executed the search warrant at 358 Old Brillo in Palm Beach. Members of the Investigations Unit included Captain Redacted, Sergeant Redacted, Detective Redacted, Detective Redacted, Detective Redacted, Detective Redacted, Detective Redacted, the Crime Scene Unit, and myself. As we entered onto the property, we encountered the house manager, Redacted, who was in the guest portion of the house. The guest house section had open doors and no forced entry was made. I made contact with Redacted, date of birth Redacted, F1DL Redacted, and informed him of the search warrant for the premises. The members of the police department entered the residence and announced we had a search warrant. A safety search was done and members exited the home. I'll redo that line. A safety search was done and members exited the home. I read the search warrant to Redacted as MGR, manager maybe? Redacted videotaped the search warrant execution. Several interior decorators were located on the property. I spoke with Redacted of Redacted in New York. Mr. Redacted stated he is the designer for Mr. Epstein's homes. He advised he was contacted in March of 2005 to do a complete overhaul on the house. He advised he was on the phone with Mr. Epstein when officers announced the search warrant. Mr. Epstein was then made aware of the search warrant. Mr. Redacted advised his contact with Epstein is strictly business, and he has never witnessed Epstein with any girls except for his assistants, Redacted or Redacted. I then interviewed Redacted of Redacted in New York. Mr. Redacted stated he has worked for Redacted for 7 years. He advised he personally worked on the New York and Palm Beach home for Mr. Epstein. He has previously met with Redacted, Epstein's assistants in New York and in Florida. Est say they travel with Epstein everywhere he goes. Estimates. I interviewed Redacted of Redacted, Jersey City, New Jersey. Redacted stated she had just arrived from Scotland and has worked with Redacted for only 1 month. She stated she has never met Epstein and has not seen him. The interview was then concluded. I then spoke with Redacted of Redacted in New York City. Redacted stated he has been Epstein's Redacted for 7 years. He further stated he deals with Epstein's assistants and speaks with Epstein on the phone. Redacted stated he mainly speaks with Redacted, Epstein's main assistant, who travels with Epstein. Redacted stated he only has contact with Epstein when his services are needed. At approximately 10:30 a.m., I was informed that the videotaping was concluded. I entered the residence and located 2 covert, hidden cameras. The first camera was a covert wall clock in the garage area. I traced the wires behind the clock and removed the RCA wire and unplugged the camera. The other covert camera was located within a desk clock beside Epstein's desk. I traced the wire behind the clock and unplugged the RCA wire. I could not locate another camera. I then began with a search of the residence for the specified evidence. My search consisted of the second floor. Detective Redacted and I began in the master bedroom area where several items were located. They were marked to be retrieved by the evidence custodian. In the master desk with Epstein's notepads marked Jeffery Epstein, we located a high school transcript from Redacted for Redacted. Also in the room was the dresser/armoire, where we located a bottle of peach-flavored Joy Jelly, sexual lubricant. Additionally, there were several photographs of young naked teenage girls within the closet, which were consistent with what the witnesses said. The massage table was also located within the master bedroom. Videotapes were located beside the television, which were also collected. An itemized list of the property and locations was prepared on the property receipts. At approximately 2:55 p.m., the house was secured. The exit of the residence was videotaped. Upon our exit of the property, I encountered attorney Guy Fronstein, who advised he was representing Mr. Epstein, who provided a business card and provided his assistance with the investigation. Due to Hurricane Wilma, which struck South Florida, causing massive power outages, the courthouse was closed due to the lack of power. I was previously told that the chief judge had extended the filing deadlines due to the hurricane and the courthouse being closed. On October 27th and 28th, 2005, the courthouse was closed and I could not file the search warrant and inventory at the clerk's office. On October 31st, 2005, I responded to the courthouse and filed the paperwork along with an order to seal, signed by Judge Johnson, to deny any release of any paperwork on this case. Investigation continues. Narrative number 13. Reported by Redacted, 10th 2005. Entered by Redacted, 11:07:05. On October 20th, 2005, at approximately 8:30 a.m. Thursday morning, I was advised by Captain Redacted that a search warrant would be executed and that I was to assemble the crime scene investigative team and stand by the south side of the building ready to go. I designated evidence specialist Redacted to handle the inventory return, the documentation of the property receipts, and the collection and bagging of the evidence at the scene. I further instructed CSI Redacted, ID number Redacted, to accompany us and perform the role of photographing the scene and the items that may be taken into custody by the affiant, Detective Redacted, ID number Redacted. My responsibility was to go through from the reading of the warrant to the final exit from the residence and perform a video recording of the reading of the warrant. The initial walkthrough of the residence showing the current condition, and then finally a walkthrough of the residence at the time of the police exit. We started out towards the residence, which was located at 358 El Brillo, and arrived at approximately 9:33 a.m. The search was conducted, items were collected by evidence specialists Redacted. Photographed by CSI Redacted, and then videotaped by myself. The search was concluded at approximately 3:05 p.m., whereupon Detective Redacted and I were the last two officers in the house. Upon securing the residence, we met with the gentleman who identified himself to Detective Redacted as the lawyer for the defendant, and he was informed that the residence was secured and that copies of the inventory return had been left on the first floor table of the personal assistant's office. Detective Redacted and I returned to police headquarters and secured for the day. Narrative number 14, reported by Redacted, 11:07:05, entered by Redacted, 11:07:05. On October 20th, 2005, I assisted Detective Redacted in the execution of a search warrant at 358 El Brillo Way, Palm Beach, Florida, 33480. Upon the announcement of the search warrant, immediate contact was made with 3 white males who came out of the house or surrounding structures. Those males were identified as Redacted, and Redacted. As other members of the police department cleared the home, I kept watch over these 3 males. Once the house was cleared, those males were turned over to Detective Redacted. Detective Redacted and I were assigned to assist in the search of the main house, the cabana, and the servants' quarters. We started in the garage. All areas of the garage were searched to include 4 vehicles. These vehicles were 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars registered to Jeffery Epstein. The 4th vehicle was a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, green in color, registered to Jeffery Epstein. Nothing was recovered from the garage. A towel closet and pantry located off the kitchen was searched and yielded negative results. The kitchen was searched and taken into evidence was a phone message book that was located near a house phone. North of the kitchen was an office room, which contained a computer. The room had a closet that contained a locked gun locker. The combination was entered by Redacted in the presence of Sergeant Redacted, and the safe was opened. Items were taken from the room. See the completed property receipt for a detailed list. A green bathroom located on the first floor was searched, and nothing was taken. A closet located just west of the green bathroom was searched. 2 massage tables were located in the closet, along with a photo of a nude female from the waist up. See the property receipt for details. I searched 2 bedrooms and their adjoining bathrooms, which were located on the second floor of the east side of the house. In the northeast bedroom closet, I found adult sex toys called twin torpedoes. Soap made in the shape of a penis and vagina were also found in these upstairs bedrooms. See the property receipt for details. I searched the pool cabana located on the south side of the pool. Photos were taken from the wall. See the property receipt for details. I assisted in the search of redacted living quarters. Numerous CDs along with a message book were seized. See the property receipt for details. Narrative number 15, reported by redacted 110805. Entered by redacted 110805. On November 1st, 2005, I was contacted by Attorney Gus Fronstin, who advised he was willing to assist with the investigation. Attorney Fronstin advised he would try to have his client, Jeffrey Epstein, available to be interviewed. I explained I would be interested in conducting an interview with his client, as well as other employees that are employed within the house. Attorney Fronstin advised he would return my call once he received confirmation on the interviews. On November 6, 2005, I attempted contact with redacted at her residence. I left a business card for her to return my call. Upon returning to the police department, I received a telephone call from redacted. I returned her call at redacted and spoke with redacted. She made arrangements to respond to the station to provide an interview. At approximately 3:30 p.m., she arrived at the Palm Beach Police Station, with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was allowed to sit in the lobby area while Ms. Redacted was interviewed. I took Miss Redacted to the Detective Bureau investigation room. I closed the door for privacy and explained to her that I appreciated her coming to the police station for the interview. During the sworn tape statement, she advised she was at Jeffrey Epstein's house one time. Approximately 2 months ago, she was approached by a girl, redacted, who was dating her roommate to make some quick money. Redacted advised she was in need to make some quick cash to make the rent that month. She agreed to go to the house. She had been told by redacted that the massage would have to be done in her underwear. She advised redacted drove with her and brought her into the house. They walked into the kitchen area and took the stairs upstairs. Redacted further stated she was brought into a master bedroom area. She advised she recalls seeing portraits of naked women throughout the room. A massage table was already out near the sauna/shower area in the master bedroom. Epstein entered the room wearing only a towel and reintroduced himself as Jeff. Redacted advised she recalls she and Redacted removed their clothing down to their panties. Epstein lay on his stomach area and they provided a massage on his legs and feet area. I asked Redacted if she had any formal massage training, and she replied no. Redacted advised she was topless and the panties she wore were the boy shorts lace panties. She and Redacted continued the massage until the last 10 minutes of the massage. Epstein told Redacted to leave the room so that Redacted could finish the massage. Redacted got dressed and Epstein turned over onto his back. Epstein then removed the towel, which had been around his waist. Epstein laid there naked and requested that Redacted rub his chest area. Redacted stated, as she did this, Epstein began, "Redacted," as she rubbed his chest. Redacted stated he redacted, and he produced a large white vibrator with a large head. She stated it was within a drawer in his master bedroom. Redacted. Redacted advised he never redacted with the vibrator. He continued to redacted. Redacted stated she was very uncomfortable during the incident, but knew it was almost over. Epstein climaxed and started to remove himself from the table. He wiped himself with the towel he had on previously and went into the shower area. Thomas got dressed and met with Redacted in the kitchen area. Epstein came into the kitchen and provided Redacted $200 for bringing Redacted and paid $200 to Redacted for providing the massage. Redacted was told to leave her telephone number with Redacted, his assistant, for future contact. Redacted provided her cellular telephone number for future contact. Redacted was asked if she was recently contacted about this investigation by anyone from the Epstein organization. She replied she was called, but it was for work. She stated she was called by Redacted for her to return to work for Epstein. Redacted stated work is the term used by Redacted to provide the massage and underwear. Redacted advised she declined as she was not comfortable in providing that type of work. The interview was concluded, and the videotape was placed into evidence. Investigation continues. Narrative number 16, reported by redacted 111005, entered by redacted 111005. On November 7, 2005, I made telephone contact with redacted, who advised she would be able to meet with me at her home. Detective Redacted and I traveled to her home in Royal Palm Beach and made contact with Redacted. During a sworn tape statement, Redacted stated she met Jeffrey Epstein through Redacted. Redacted would approach females who wished to work for him. Redacted stated she was asked to work for him but declined. Redacted explained that work means giving massages. She was asked about any formal training in providing massages, to which she said no. Redacted said she accompanied Redacted and other females who were taken to Epstein's house to provide massages. Redacted further stated she had been to the house approximately 4 or 5 times in the past year. She accompanied Redacted with Redacted, and Redacted. Each time the girls were taken over, they were previously told they would have to provide a massage, possibly naked. It was also told that should Epstein require them to do anything extra, and they were not comfortable, just to tell him and he would stop. Redacted stated Redacted received $200 for each girl she brought over to massage Jeffrey Epstein. When I asked which girl appeared to be the youngest, she replied, the victim, as she stated she was 15 years old at the most. She looked really young. Redacted further stated each time she went to the house, she sat in the kitchen and waited with Redacted until the massage was over. She further stated that the cook would make lunch or a snack for them as they waited. I asked her if there was anything that caught her attention within the home. Redacted stated there were a lot of naked girls in photographs throughout the house. The interview was concluded and the tape was turned into evidence. Investigation continues. Narrative number 17, reported by Redacted, 11:10:05. Entered by Redacted, 11:10:05. Detective Redacted and I attempted contact with Redacted in Royal Palm Beach. I left my business card at her front door. Miss Redacted returned my call and arranged a meeting with me at the Palm Beach Police Department for November 8th, 2005. At approximately 2 p.m., Redacted arrived at the Palm Beach Police Department. She was brought into the interview room and the door was closed for privacy. She was told that I appreciated her coming to the police station for questioning regarding an ongoing investigation. She was told that I was investigating a crime involving Jeffrey Epstein and knew, based on the investigation, that she had encounters with him in the past. During a sworn tape statement, Redacted stated she had met Epstein approximately 2 years ago. She was first introduced to Epstein by Redacted. Redacted approached her about working for Epstein and providing a massage to him for $200. The arrangements were made, and as Redacted could not take her the day the arrangements were made, Redacted took Redacted. Redacted also attended Redacted, and was familiar with Epstein. Redacted recalled she was brought there and entered through the back kitchen door. She had met with an assistant, Redacted, and another assistant, Redacted. Redacted brought her upstairs as she observed several photographs of naked females throughout the house. Redacted stated Epstein came in the room, wearing only a towel, and laid on the table. Redacted stated he picked out the oils he wanted her to use, and requested she remove her clothing to provide the massage. Redacted stated that on the first massage she provided, she did not remove her clothing. Redacted stated she had returned several times after that. Each time she returned, more things happened. Velasco stated that the same thing would happen. Epstein would walk into the master bedroom/bathroom area wearing only a towel. He would masturbate as she provided a massage. Redacted stated she was unsure if he climaxed as he masturbated under the towel. Additionally, she never looked below his waist. She claimed that Epstein would convince her to remove her clothes. She eventually removed her clothes and stayed in her thong panties. On occasion, Epstein would redacted, heavy redaction there. Every time she provided a massage, he would masturbate. Redacted added she has no formal training in providing a massage. Redacted stated she brought 2 females during her visits to provide massages. Redacted stated she brought a girl named Redacted and Redacted from Redacted. Redacted stated she received $200 for each girl she brought. Additionally, she was given $200 for taking her in the very beginning. The interview was concluded and the tape was placed into evidence. Investigation continues. Narrative number 18. Reported by Redacted, 11:13:05. Entered by Redacted, 11:14:05. On November 8, 2005, I made telephone contact with Redacted, white female, Redacted, at her residence. Redacted responded to the police station for an interview reference and ongoing investigation. At approximately 2:30 p.m., she arrived at the Palm Beach police station and was brought into the interview room for the interview. The door was closed for privacy, and she was told that I appreciated her cooperation in this case. During the sworn tape statement, Redacted stated she had met Jeffrey Epstein approximately 1 year ago. She was approached by a subject known to her as Redacted. Redacted had asked her if she wanted to make money providing massages to Epstein. Redacted had heard that several girls from Redacted were doing this and making money. She agreed and was taken to the house by Redacted. Redacted had introduced her to Redacted, and Epstein brought her upstairs to a master bedroom and master bathroom where a massage table was prepared and the proper oils were taken out. Redacted left the room and waited downstairs for Redacted. Redacted stated Epstein entered the room wearing a towel, and she provided a massage wearing only her thong panties. Redacted advised Epstein had masturbated every time she provided a massage. She stated Epstein continued to masturbate until he climaxed. Once that occurred, the massage was over. She felt the whole situation was weird, but she advised she was paid $200 for providing the massage. She also stated Redacted received $200 for bringing Redacted to Epstein. Redacted stated she had gone a total of 15 times to his residence to provide a massage, and things had escalated from just providing a massage. Epstein began redacted. Epstein also redacted as she provided the massage. Redacted stated on one occasion he offered extra monies to Redacted. She stated this all occurred on the massage table. Redacted stated Epstein, massive redaction, and climaxed onto the massage table. Davis received $350 for her massage. God, that should be censored. As I say, these redactions all on here. I know there's been a lot of criticism for the heavy redactions in the Epstein Files. However, this is victim information, and these victims need to be protected. So I have to ask, let's not get too curious with the names shown on here, because these are all victims. Please leave them alone. This is the whole purpose of me, narrating the entire lot, is to do my part to help provide some justice for these victims, so they don't need people harassing them or doing anything like that kind of stuff. Just don't contact them at all, or don't even try. Thank you. I'm sure you guys won't. We've got a lot of adults on this channel, but let's just put that out there. Let's just lay that line. If you think you've got some information on finding a victim, do not dox them, do not contact them, just don't do that kind of stuff. No. Save that for the people that did this. I asked her if she had any formal training in providing massages. Redacted stated she did not. Redacted continues to state on one other occasion Epstein introduced his assistant, Redacted, into the massage. Redacted was brought into a room with Redacted to provide a massage. Epstein had Redacted, as they provided a massage to Epstein. Epstein watched and masturbated as this occurred. On other occasions, Epstein introduced the large white vibrator/massager during the massage. Epstein redacted, she provided the massage. Redacted stated the last time she spoke with anyone at the house was with Redacted, during the weekend of October 2nd or 3rd, 2005. Redacted stated she had brought 2 people to the Epstein house. She provided the names of Redacted, and Redacted, unknown last name. It should be noted, Redacted had been previously identified as Redacted, and had been previously interviewed. The interview was concluded, and the videotape was placed into evidence via the locker system. I'll note here, a lot of these interview victims, they're introducing multiple people to Epstein. It's what I've always said, is how his web expands to the extent it does. That's how he was able to do it. And bearing in mind, this whole time period for these interviews, it's only over a few months. And this also happened over 20 years ago. This is blown up mightily. Anyway. Yes. The interview was concluded and the videotape was placed into evidence via the locker system. Okay. On November 9, 2005, Sergeant Redacted and I travelled to Redacted in Boynton Beach, Florida, in hopes to interview Redacted, the former houseman of Epstein's home. As no one was home, a business card was left for him to return my call. We then travelled to Redacted, in Miami, in hopes to interview Redacted, a former houseman of Epstein. We did not locate them at home. I left a business card for him to return my call. We then travelled to Redacted and met with the Dean of Students, Mr. Redacted. We were requested to speak with Redacted. Redacted was re-interviewed, and as she still was in possession of the rental car that Epstein had acquired for her. Redacted stated that Redacted's Epstein's assistant had called her on her cellular telephone and informed her the rental was extended for her. Redacted stated she had paid an additional $625 for her to keep the rental an extra month. Redacted was asked if she had any additional contact with either Epstein or anyone from his organization. Redacted stated she did not, other than the telephone call, informing her that she could keep the car for an extra month. Redacted did not provide any additional information. On October 10, 2005, at approximately 9:47 a.m., Redacted had telephoned, referenced my business card found in his door. Redacted stated he had worked with Epstein for approximately 6 months after the previous houseman left. Redacted stated it was his responsibility to keep the identity of the masseuses private. Mr. Epstein had a massage in the morning and one in the afternoon. Mr. Redacted stated he would rather speak about this in private. He advised he would come to the police station to speak with me. Redacted stated he would return my call on Monday, November 14th, 2005. I then made telephone contact with Redacted. He advised he found my card on his door and wanted to know what I needed to speak with him about. I explained to Redacted that I was conducting an investigation on his former employer, Mr. Epstein. Redacted stated he would return my call shortly, Sorry, sometimes I stutter. As I'm sure you can tell by now. As he was in the middle of a project at his home. I received a telephone call from attorney Redacted from Redacted. Mr. Redacted stated he represented Mr. Redacted and did not want me speaking with his client. I then made telephone contact with the state attorney's office and confirmed that subpoenas would be issued to the former employees to assist in the investigation. To assist in the investigation. I then made telephone contact with attorney Guy Fronstein, attorney for Mr. Epstein. I explained to Mr. Fronstein that I would like to speak with Mr. Epstein. He stated Mr. Epstein is not in residence in Florida at this time and would check with him to ascertain if he could be here by Wednesday, November 16th, 2005 for an interview. Mr. Fronstein stated he would return my call should Mr. Epstein decide to come into the police station for an interview. Investigation continues. Narrative number 19, reported by Redacted, 11:15:05. Entered by Redacted, 11:16:05. On November 14th, 2005, Detective Redacted and I traveled to Redacted in Loxahatchee, Florida, and spoke with Redacted. She was told of the ongoing investigation involving Epstein. Redacted advised she had gone to the house on several occasions. During a sworn taped statement, she advised she started going to the house approximately 1 year ago and was brought by Redacted, unknown last name. Redacted stated Redacted brought her into the house and she was introduced to a girl named Redacted. Once she met her, Redacted brought her upstairs into a master bedroom bathroom. Redacted stated she met Jeffrey in the bathroom. He lay on the table and picked the massage oils. She provided the massage as he lay naked on the massage bed. She stated she rubbed his calves and back area. Upon the end of the massage, Epstein removed himself from the massage table and paid her $300 for the massage. Redacted stated she had only been at the house approximately 5 or 6 times. Redacted said each time she went to the house, she was notified by Redacted, Epstein's assistant, that Epstein was in town and would like her to work. Esposito stated... Again, that should have been Redacted. Now, this could be on me because I pulled all of these Epstein files the moment they went up. They've been sitting on my PC for a while. So, as I say, these could be accidentally released victim names, possibly something willful. But, as I say, these are victims. Do not dox them or contact them or delve into them in any way, shape, or form. Seriously. Redacted stated she had only been at the house approximately 5 or 6 times. Redacted said each time she went to the house, she was notified by Redacted, Epstein's assistant, that Epstein was in town and would like her to work. Esposito stated she returned to the house and was again led upstairs by Redacted. She provided the massage, clothed. Redacted advised it wasn't really weird until later on. Redacted was asked if she ever removed her clothing to provide a massage. Redacted stated it was not until the 3rd time she went that she removed her clothing. Redacted stated she was notified by Redacted that Epstein wanted her to come to work. She arrived at the house and was led upstairs by Redacted. She started providing the massage when Epstein asked her to remove her clothing. Esposito removed her pants, shirt, and bra. She stayed in her thong panties and continued rubbing Epstein. Epstein turned over onto his back, and she rubbed his chest area. Redacted stated she knew he was masturbating himself as she provided the massage. Redacted stated she believed he climaxed based on his breathing. She did not want to view either the climax or the fact that he was masturbating. Redacted stated once the breathing relaxed, he got up and told her to get dressed. She was paid $300 for her services. Redacted stated on the last time she went to provide a massage, she was notified by Redacted to come to the house and work. Redacted stated she was now dating her current boyfriend and did not feel comfortable going. She recalled it was approximately January 2005. She says she went, already thinking that this would be the last time. She went upstairs and went into the master bedroom. She met with Epstein, who was wearing only a towel as he entered the room, to lie on the table. Redacted stated Epstein caught her looking at the clock on several occasions. Epstein asked her if she was in a hurry. Redacted stated her boyfriend was in the car waiting for her. Redacted, further, stated that Epstein got upset, that she wasn't enjoying the massage. She told him that she didn't want to continue, and she would not be back. Epstein told her to leave as she was ruining his massage. I asked her if she had any contact with Epstein's organization. She stated she received $200 from Western Union in Royal Palm Beach and Okeechobee Boulevard as a Christmas gift. Redacted advised she had no formal training in providing any massages. Redacted also stated she was 16 years old when she first went to Epstein's house. At approximately 4:22 p.m., I made telephone contact with Redacted at Redacted. She agreed to meet with me at a public place. I suggested she come to the police station for an interview. Redacted did not want to meet at the police station. I recommended we meet at the Palm Beach Gardens Mall in the food court area. She agreed, and an appointment was made for November 15, 2005 at 5 p.m. at the food court. Investigations continue. Narrative number 20. Reported by Redacted, 11/16/05. Entered by Redacted, 11/17/05. On 10/20/2005, I assisted executing a search warrant at 358 Albrillo Way in the town of Palm Beach, County, Florida, under the direction of Affiliate Detective Redacted. Detective Redacted and I searched the pantry room, that is west next to the kitchen. This room had all white cabinets with a dark grey and black countertop. We did not find anything in this room. We searched the yellow and blue room, that is west next to the pantry room. This room had a very large statue of a man with a bow. Taken into evidence from this room were 9 photographs in frames of various women. We searched the main entrance foyer, that is to the north of the yellow and blue room. This room contained 2 bamboo chairs and ottomans with cushions. It also contained a round table with numerous books. We searched another blue room that is west of the foyer. This room had a stereo system and bookshelves that were from the floor to the ceiling. Taken into evidence from this room were 8 photographs in frames of various women and or Epstein, the owner of the residence. We searched the room to the west of the blue room that has sliding glass doors that led out to the pool. In this room in the dresser were 2 DVDs and 2 VCR tapes. These items were taken into evidence. We searched a 2004 black Chevy Suburban bearing Florida tag Redacted, registered to Jeffery Epstein DOB Redacted, which was located on the east side of the driveway facing south. I found a thrifty rental agreement between the passenger seat and the middle console. The name of the rental agreement was Redacted from Redacted, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida 33410. The phone number on the the phone number on the rental agreement was Redacted. The vehicle rented was a Redacted bearing Florida tag Redacted. The vehicle was rented on 9/25/05 at 17:58 hours and was returned on 9/26/05 at 16:52 hours. The last 4 numbers of the credit card used are Redacted. Detective Redacted found a piece of paper in the middle console that said I used the cash in here to fill up the tank and was signed by Redacted. I searched the 2005 black Cadillac Escalade, ESV bearing Florida tag Redacted, registered to Jeffery Epstein, DOB Redacted, which was located on the west side of the driveway facing south. I did not find anything in this vehicle. All of the items that were taken into evidence were photographed in the place they were located and then turned over to crime scene. Narrative number 21, reported by Redacted, 11/17/05, entered by Redacted, 11/17/05. On November 15, 2005, Detective Redacted and I traveled to Redacted in Royal Palm Beach. We met with Redacted, a 17-year-old juvenile who was not in school this day due to a cold from which she was suffering. Redacted was told that I needed to speak with her in reference to an ongoing investigation involving a subject she would know as Jeffery Epstein. Prior to speaking with her, I explained that because of the fact that she is a minor, I needed to speak with her parents prior to speaking with her. She telephoned her father, Mr. Redacted, on his cell phone, and explained to him that Detective Redacted and I were there to speak with her. I spoke with Mr. Redacted on the telephone and informed him I needed to speak with his daughter in reference to an ongoing investigation. Mr. Redacted advised he had no problem with us speaking with his daughter. During a sworn tape statement, Redacted stated she met Jeffrey Epstein over a year ago. She was 16 years of age and was approached by Redacted, who informed her that she could make monies providing a massage to Epstein for $200. Redacted had informed her that she would have to provide this massage topless. Redacted made the arrangements with Epstein and his assistants and took Redacted to the house. Redacted stated Redacted, and she entered through a glass door that led into her kitchen. Redacted took her upstairs to her master bedroom and master bathroom. She recalled the bathroom had a large pink couch, sauna, and matching shower. Epstein entered into the room wearing only a towel. Redacted removed their clothing, remaining only in thong underwear. She further stated that Epstein lay on his chest on the table. Epstein selected which oils to use for the massage. Both Redacted provided the massage on his legs, back, and feet. 40 minutes into the massage, Epstein turned over onto his back and requested Redacted wait downstairs in the kitchen area for Redacted. Epstein instructed Redacted to finish the massage. As Redacted got undressed, Redacted started rubbing his chest. Redacted left the room, and Epstein began masturbating himself as Redacted rubbed Epstein's chest. Redacted stated he continued masturbating until he climaxed on the towel he was wearing. When asked if he had removed the towel, she stated he turned the towel around so that the opening would allow him to expose himself. After he cleaned himself off with the towel, he instructed Redacted the massage was done, and to get dressed and met with him downstairs. Redacted got dressed and met with Epstein in the kitchen area. She was paid $200 for providing this massage. Redacted stated she was aware that Redacted also received monies for the same thing. Yeah, this stream definitely is not monetized. The VOD isn't going to be either. Sorry about that. The second time she went to the house, she was again approached by Redacted. Redacted asked if she wanted to return to the house to provide another massage. Redacted agreed, and the arrangements were made by Redacted for her to return to the house. Redacted stated Redacted drove her to the house and knocked on the same glass door that leads to the kitchen area. They were allowed entry into the house by one of the staff members. Redacted led her upstairs to the master bedroom and master bathroom area. Redacted left Redacted this time to do the massage alone. Epstein entered the room again wearing only a towel. Redacted began removing her clothing, as she did the last time she was at the house. Epstein instructed her to get naked. He lay on the table on his stomach as Redacted began massaging his legs and back. As Redacted finished with Epstein's back and legs, Epstein then turned over onto his back. Redacted started to rub his chest, and he began masturbating himself. As Redacted rubbed his chest, Epstein leaned over and produced a massager vibrator. Redacted stated she continued to rub his chest as this was occurring. She described the vibrator massager as large, grey, with a large head. Epstein redacted. He then redacted, and concentrated on masturbating himself. Redacted stated he climaxed onto the towel again and informed her that the massage was done. Redacted got dressed and met with Redacted, who was waiting in the kitchen area. She received $200 for the massage. Redacted says she never returned to the house and had no desire to return to the house. Redacted was asked if she received any formal massage training. She advised she had no formal training. Redacted was asked if Epstein knew her real age. Redacted stated he knew, as he asked her questions about herself in high school. He was aware she attended, and is still attending, Redacted. The interview was concluded. I suggested Redacted inform her parents of what occurred at the Epstein house. Redacted stated she would tell her father, as he was unaware this had occurred. I left my business card for any questions they may have. We left the area and returned to the police station. The tape was placed into evidence. Investigation continues. Narrative 22. Reported by Redacted. 11/17/05. Entered by Redacted. 11/17/05. On November 15, 2005, Officer Redacted and I responded to the Palm Beach Gardens Mall food court. section to meet with Redacted. At approximately 5:10 p.m., Redacted arrived and met with us at the food court. Redacted provided a sworn taped statement in which she stated she had been at the Epstein house over 50 times. She began going to Epstein's house when she turned 18 years old. Redacted was asked if she knew of the ongoing investigation. Redacted stated she was aware there was an investigation, as she had been told by other girls that were interviewed. Additionally, she has had several telephone conversations with Epstein's assistants as to what had been going on during the investigation. I asked Redacted how she was introduced to Epstein. Redacted stated she did not want to disclose who brought her to the house, but she would respond to any other questions. When I asked her what happened at the house, Redacted stated everything happened. It all began with the massages. Each time she went, more things happened. She would massage Epstein and he would masturbate and climax. She stated things escalated from there. She redacted. She stated redacted. He introduced his assistant, redacted or redacted, to redacted with redacted. She stated redacted or redacted would redacted. Redacted. She was told to redacted as Epstein and Nada has sexual intercourse. Nada. So, this could be the name of the assistant, because she was unable to talk about the co-conspirators. No, not the co-conspirators, sorry. The other victims, like the other girl she introduced to Epstein. So it could be, Nada could be the assistant, but there was, it was framed as a joke in a way, but there could also have been, another trafficking victim from an Eastern European country. Don't know for sure, but Nada is probably the name of the assistant. As Epstein and Nada had sexual intercourse, all this was done at Epstein's direction. Redacted could not provide exact dates, as she had been to the house so many times. Redacted stated Epstein inserted redacted. When I asked her if there had been any vaginal intercourse with Epstein, she stated she did not have sex with him. She did admit having redacted, his assistant. Redacted stated not every time she went involved sexual favors. Sometimes she would just talk with him and get paid. I asked her how much she was paid each time she went to Epstein's residence. Redacted stated she got paid $300 every time she went to the house. She was told to bring other girls to him to provide massages. Redacted declined, stating that she does what she does, and did not want to introduce anyone else to do what she does. Redacted stated she had never received any formal training in providing massages. I showed Redacted a photo lineup in which redacted was placed in position 6. She reviewed the 6 photographs and immediately identified redacted as the person with whom she had intercourse. Additionally, it was the same person she watched have intercourse with Epstein. She signed the photo lineup under redacted's photo as the person she identified. We then left the mall and returned to the police station. The photo lineup and tape were placed into evidence. Investigation continues. Narrative number 23. Reported by redacted. 11:29:05. Entered by redacted. 12:01:05. On November 17, 2005, I received a phone call from attorney Guy Fronstein, who advised to call his cellular phone reference his client Jeffrey Epstein. I telephoned his cell phone and left a message for him to return my call. I did not receive a call back on Thursday, November 17, 2005. On Friday, November 18, 2005, I retrieved another voicemail from my work phone from Mr. Fronstein, advising he would not produce his client Jeffrey Epstein for any statement. Fronstein stated he has spoken with ASA Lana Beloslovec, and expressed Mr. Epstein has a passion for massages. I called ASA Lana Beloslovec and confirmed that Fronstein had telephoned her reference this case. Although nothing was discussed, Mr. Fronstein did advise her that Epstein is very passionate about massages. I also spoke with ASA Delia Weiss, reference redacted. She advised that they had been served for a subpoena process server. They were both scheduled to appear on Monday, November 21st, 2005 at 12 p.m. On November 21st, 2005, I met with ASA Weiss, attorney, redacted at the State Attorney Office. ASA Weiss had requested a court reporter to be present to take the statement of the redacted. I spoke with redacted in the presence of her attorney, redacted. She advised she had worked for Epstein for 8 years, from the period of 1994 through 2002. She advised she had never had any direct conversations with him. She stated it was her husband who spoke directly with Epstein. Her work consisted of doing house cleaning, shopping, and other preparations when Epstein would arrive in town. Redacted stated the preparations consisted of preparing the house and bathrooms for his arrival. She advised she did view several masseuses that arrived at the house. She advised that 2 or 3 girls would come during the day and provide the massages. The girls that arrived looked young in age. Mrs. Redacted did not know any of the girls personally and were always different. She was told that when Epstein was in residence, he did not want to encounter the Redacted during his stay in Palm Beach. I then spoke with Mr. Redacted in the presence of his attorney, Redacted. Mr. Redacted stated that he was employed for 11 years with Mr. Epstein. He originally was hired as a part-time employee and then moved up into a full-time position. His duties included everything. Redacted stated Okay, let me redo that line. Redacted stated he was the house manager, driver, and house maintenance person. It was his responsibility to prepare the house for Epstein's arrival. When asked about cooks or assistants, Redacted stated they travelled with Epstein on his private plane. He remembered dealing with his girlfriend, Ms. Maxwell, originally, and then dealt with Epstein directly. I asked Mr. Redacted about massages that occur within the home. Mr. Redacted stated Mr. Epstein had up to 3 massages a day. Each masseuse that visited the house was different. Redacted stated that towards the end of his employment, the masseuses were younger and younger. When asked how many, Mr. Redacted stated they appeared to be 16 or 17 years of age at the most. The massages would occur in Epstein's bedroom or bathroom. There were times he recalled that he would set up the massage tables either in Epstein's bedroom or in his bathroom. I asked if there were things going on other than a massage. Redacted stated that there were times towards the end of his employment that he would have to wash off a massager or vibrator and a long rubber penis, which were in the sink after the massage. Additionally, he stated the bed would almost always have to be made after the massage. Redacted was never privy to what went on during the massages. He was asked if he remembered any names of the girls that massaged Epstein. He tried to remember and was unable to provide any exact names of the girls. Redacted was asked about any contact with anyone from the Epstein organization. Redacted said he did speak with Mr. Epstein shortly after my initial contact with him to find out what was going on. Redacted also stated that approximately on November 11, 2005, he was contacted by a private investigator from the law office of Roy Black. The investigator had called him to meet with him to ascertain what he was going to tell the police. Redacted stated they met at the Carrabba's restaurant in Boynton Beach and discussed the same questions I was asking him. I informed Mr. Redacted and Mr. Redacted that as this is an ongoing investigation and anything we discuss should be confidential. They both acknowledged the fact that the information would be kept confidential. It should be noted that a court reporter was present during the interviews and will be providing a copy of the statements to me when they become available. On November 21, 2005, I received a voicemail from Mr. Fonstein, who advised he would not be making Mr. Epstein available for any statements. He did have some words that he wanted to relate on behalf of Mr. Epstein. I telephoned his office and left a message for him to return my call. On November 29, 2005, I received a call back from Mr. Fonstein, who left a voicemail after hours on November 28, 2005, advising he would return my call during normal business hours to speak with me or reference the case on November 29, 2005. Narrative number 24. Reported by Redacted. 11/29/05, entered by Redacted. 12/01/05. On November 29, 2005, at approximately 2:30 p.m., I received a telephone call on the department-issued cell phone. Mr. Fonstein stated he was calling to relay information that Mr. Epstein wished he could relay. Mr. Fonstein stated that he would not allow Mr. Epstein to speak with me at this time. He further stated that Mr. Epstein is very passionate about massages. He continued that Mr. Epstein had allegedly donated over $100,000 to the Ballet of Florida for massages. The massages are therapeutic and spiritually sound for him. That is why he has had many massages. Mr. Fonstein stated he appreciated the way the investigation had not been leaked out into the media. Explained to Mr. Fonstein that it is as important to protect the innocent if the allegations are not substantiated. Mr. Fonstein was told of the allegations that the private investigators assigned to the case had been portraying themselves as police officers. Additionally, I explained that my cell phone had been called by the private investigators. Mr. Fonstein advised he was not aware of that, and advised they were under the direction of attorney Roy Black in Miami. Mr. Fonstein further stated Epstein had originally called Mr. Dershowitz in Boston, who recommended Roy Black in Miami, who asked Mr. Fonstein to assist. I informed him that if and when any charges would be presented, I would notify him. The call was then terminated. Investigation continues. Narrative number 25, reported by redacted 12:15:05, entered by redacted 12:16:05. A review of the telephone message books, which were obtained during the search warrant, was conducted in which various messages from different dates were made to Jeffrey Epstein. The telephone message books have a duplicate copy, carbon copy, which, once a phone message is written directly into the book, the top copy is then torn on the perforated edge, and the carbon copy is left in the book. First names of girls, dates, and telephone numbers were on the copy of the messages. I recognized various numbers and names of girls that had already been interviewed. The body of the messages was time of the day that they called for confirmation of work. Other names and telephone numbers were located in which the body of the messages were, "I have girls for him," or "I have 2 girls for him." These messages were taken by redacted for Jeffrey Epstein. Based on the context of the body of the messages, I requested subpoenas for subscriber information on the telephone numbers and the time frame involved. Copies of the messages were made for evidentiary purposes. I obtained redacted yearbooks for 2005, 2004, and 2003. I first reviewed the 2005 yearbook and located most of the girls I had spoken with. Additionally, I located redacted. Based on the corrected name spelling, I was able to locate her to her residence in Loxahatchee. On December 8, 2005, Detective Redacted and I responded to Redacted in Loxahatchee. Ugh, that's a weird name. I located Redacted at her home. She advised she is attending Redacted and is participating in the Redacted, so she can maintain her part-time job. As she is still a minor, I left my business card to have her mother return my call to request an interview with her daughter. We then left the area. I also had previously researched the telephone number for Redacted and telephone number Redacted. A subpoena had been issued for the information on Redacted. The telephone number was registered to Redacted of Redacted. A query of Redacted revealed that she is the daughter of Redacted and is currently residing at Redacted in West Palm Beach. Detective Redacted and I attempted contact with Redacted with negative results. I left my business card on her front door requesting she return my call. We then responded to Redacted in West Palm Beach. I also attempted contact with Mr. Redacted with negative results. I left my business card for him to return my call. On December 9, 2005, I received a telephone call from Redacted's mother, who was made aware of the ongoing investigation in Palm Beach. Redacted advised she was told of everything that occurred at Epstein's house involving Epstein and his staff. She advised she would allow me to question her daughter about what occurred and would cooperate with the investigation. Redacted provided me with Redacted's cellular telephone number to schedule an appointment for an official interview. I telephoned her cellular telephone and made a tentative appointment for Monday, December 12, 2005. I then received a telephone call from Redacted, father of Redacted, who stated he found the business card on his door. I explained that I was conducting an investigation and needed to speak with Redacted, as she may have information that could assist in the investigation. Mr. Redacted stated that his daughter no longer resides with him and has her own trailer in another trailer park. He advised he would tell her to call me. On December 12, 2005, due to a conflict with schedules, arrangements were made to meet with Redacted on Tuesday, December 13, 2005 at 5 p.m. On December 13, 2005, Detective Redacted and I traveled to Loxahatchee and met with Redacted. During a sworn taped statement, Redacted stated that when she was 16 years old, she was taken to Epstein's house to provide a massage for money. Redacted stated it was before Christmas last year when Redacted approached her and asked if she needed to make money for Christmas. Redacted stated she did and agreed to provide a massage for money. Redacted made arrangements to take Redacted to the house and drove Redacted to the house to work. Redacted stated she could not remember the street name but would be able to drive to the street. They drove to the last house on the street and pulled in the last house on the left side. They walked up the driveway and entered through a side gate, which led to a kitchen door. They knocked on the door and were encountered by an employee who redacted described as a redacted-looking lady. They informed her that they were expected. They were then encountered by a white female with long redacted hair. Redacted was unable to remember the name of the white female with redacted hair, but knew she was Epstein's assistant. She was led upstairs by the white female, who explained that there would be lotions out already, and Epstein would choose the lotion he wanted her to use. She was led through a spiral staircase which led to her master bedroom and bathroom. The massage table was already set up in the bathroom. Redacted described the bathroom as a large, spacious bathroom with a steam room and shower beside it, with a sink to the right. Redacted was introduced to Jeff, who was on the phone when she entered. Jeff was wearing a white towel and lay on his stomach so that Redacted may massage his feet and calves. Redacted started the massage with the massage oil Jeff chose and rubbed his feet and calves. Jeff got off the phone and requested she massage his back as well. Redacted began rubbing his back and got to the small of his back. During the rubbing of his back, Jeff asked her to get comfortable. He requested she remove her pants and shirt. Redacted removed her shirt and pulled her pants off. Redacted stayed in her bra and thong panties. As she finished the small of the back, Jeff then turned onto his back. He instructed she redacted. As she began to rub his chest, Jeff asked her questions about herself. Redacted remembered telling him she attended Redacted. Jeff asked her if she was sexually active. Before Redacted could answer, he also asked what sexual positions does she enjoy. Redacted stated she was shy and didn't like talking about those things. She continued rubbing his chest. Epstein reached up and redacted from the front. Redacted explained the redacted. Epstein redacted. Redacted said, "No, I don't like that." Epstein then removed his towel and lay on the bed naked, exposing his penis to Redacted. He began touching his penis and masturbated as he redacted. Redacted explained that Jeff then redacted. Redacted tensed up and stated Jeff was aware that she was uncomfortable. Redacted stated that Jeff told her, "Relax, I'm not going redacted." She further explained Jeff commented to her how beautiful and sexy she was. Jeff then redacted. Redacted said Jeff commented how redacted. He then redacted. She tried pulling back to redacted. Jeff redacted. During this time he kept his redacted. Redacted stated he redacted. Redacted said he climaxed onto the towel he had been previously wearing and got up from the table. Jeff told her there was $200 for her on the dresser within the master bedroom. Jeff also told her that there was an additional $100 that was to be given to Redacted for bringing her there to massage him. Jeff told her to leave her telephone number with his assistant as he wanted to see her again. Jeff stated his assistant would contact her to work again soon. I asked her if she ever received any formal massage training, to which Redacted stated she did not. Redacted stated it was the only time she ever went to work for Jeff and knew what happened to her was wrong. She stated she no longer speaks to Redacted because she was upset that Redacted took her there. She further stated that she had never been contacted for any additional work. The interview was terminated and we left the area. The investigation continues. Narrated 26, reported by Redacted, 12/18/05, entered by Redacted, 12/19/05. Sorry, I forgot to note this number at the bottom. I put myself on 25 where I should be at 26. On 10/20/05, at approx. 0930 hours, I assisted with the execution of a search warrant at 358 El Brillo Avenue, Palm Beach. Initially, I was assigned to enter the residence and conduct a sweep of the premises for safety purposes. I then accompanied CSEU Tech, Redacted, while she photographed the exterior of the house. Once this was complete, I was assigned to search certain areas of the house with Detective Redacted as part of the search warrant. We began in the garage, searching 3 Mercedes-Benz vehicles, a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, and adjacent closets in the garage. Nothing of evidentiary value was located. We then searched 2 closets off the kitchen area on the east side. These can best be described as pantry or storage closets. Nothing of evidentiary value was obtained. A small office with adjoining bath was then searched. In the bath area, I located a phone message book with recent messages. This item was seized as evidence. Please note this bath and shower area are not used as designed, but are storage rooms containing a variety of items to include a gun safe in the shower and assorted household items. We then searched a bath area and closet at the base of the main stairs in the foyer. Inside the closet, 2 massage tables were located, as well as partial nude female photographs. These items were later seized as evidence. Nothing of evidentiary value was noted in the bathroom. We then searched 2 bedrooms upstairs on the east side of the residence. Located in the bathroom of the south bedroom was penis-shaped soap. Located in the bedroom of the northern bedroom was penis and vagina-shaped soap, as well as an adult sex toy. These items were seized as evidence. We then searched the pool cabana located in the southwest corner of the property. Several photographs of nude females were seized as evidence. I was then assigned to stand by with a person I believe was Redacted. Mr. Redacted was in the residence at the beginning of the search warrant. He was present during the warrant service and subsequent search. I stood by with him until the search was completed, and I departed the residence. I had no conversation with him regarding the reason for our presence. Regarding seized evidence, all items were photographed in place and then collected by CSEU personnel. This concludes my involvement in this case. Narrative number 27. Reported by Redacted. 12/21/05. Entered by Redacted. 12/21/05. On Thursday, October 20th, 2005, at approximately 09:36 hours, I assisted in the execution of a search warrant located at Redacted, Palm Beach, Florida, residence of Jeffery Epstein. I was instructed by Case Agent Detective Redacted to secure all computer and media-related material from the residence. Upon my arrival, I was directed by Detective Redacted to a room designated as the kitchen staff office. I observed a silver-in-color CPU, with the left side cover removed, exposing the CPU's hardware sitting on floor next to a glass-type desk. The CPU had no discernible identifiers or features indicating a make or model. This CPU was powered off, with the power cord not plugged in. The keyboard and mouse were atop the CPU. It should be noted that the CPU was not connected to a monitor, printer, or other media device. On the back panel of the CPU, I observed an AV card with RCA jacks attached. This type of hardware would allow audio and video to be downloaded onto the CPU's hard disk. The ends of the RCA jacks were unattached at the time of the search, and no external camera was located within this room. The CPU was located on the right side of a desk that had a flat panel LCD screen. Oh, hello, Clara. The desk also had another keyboard and mouse, indicative of a second computer. However, no other computer was found. It appeared as though a second computer had been recently removed, as the cables end from the monitor, keyboard, and mouse were in the same area. A further search of the room revealed no media storage devices, i.e. CDs, floppy disks, zip disks, etc. This type of media is commonly stored in an area where computers are placed, yet no media was found. After completing a search of this room, I secured the CPU and turned items over to the evidence custodian for future forensic analysis via a property receipt. I was then directed by Detective Redacted to a room designated as the garden room, where I observed a wooden desk facing west. The desk held a flat-screen LCD monitor, keyboard, mouse, media card reader, and printer. However, no CPU was located. All of the cables were removed from an area where a computer had once been. A search of the desk area revealed no signs of any media devices. Detective Redacted directed me to a third location, designated as the cabana room, which is detached from the residence and located just south of the pool. In the southeast corner of the room, I observed an office-type setting, with an L-shaped desk holding a flat-screen LCD monitor, keyboard, mouse, and printer. However, no CPU was located. All of the cables were removed from an area where a computer had once been. A search of the desk area revealed no signs of any media devices. Detective Redacted directed me to a second detached structure located on the southeast corner of the property. This area of this structure was assigned with single letters to identify a particular part of the room. In the office area, designated as Room B, I observed a powered-on Dell Dimension 2350, attached to an LCD flat panel monitor. The screen displayed an open Microsoft Internet Explorer browser with URL address of http://home.bellsouth.net. I observed no other active windows in the Start panel window and photograph screen. The power cord was removed from the back of the Dell CPU, and I disconnected the cable modem to prevent remote access. At that time, the Dell CPU, marked with serial number redacted, was secured and turned over the evidence custodian for future forensic analysis via property receipt. I also located several media-related items within Room B, which were recorded onto a property receipt and turned over the evidence custodians. I then responded to a bedroom designated as Room F, where I observed a white in color CPU marked Premio. The Premio CPU was in a computer desk which held a white CRT monitor, both of which were powered on. The CRT monitor displayed a message from Norton Antivirus Software, warning of an expired subscription. I observed no other active windows in the Start panel window and photograph screen. I removed the power cable from the back of the Premio CPU and shut down all other media. The Premio CPU, marked with serial number redacted, was secured and turned over the evidence custodian for future forensic analysis via property receipt. I also located several media-related items within Room F, which were recorded onto a property receipt and turned over the evidence custodians. This concluded my participation in the search of the residence. Narrative number 28. Reported by redacted 12/2105. Entered by redacted 12/2105. On December 20th, 2005, redacted Alfredo Rodriguez. Rodriguez, who resides in Miami, had eluded the process servers previously and was not served the investigative subpoena. A telephone message was left as she is not available during the week of 12/19/2005. I made contact with State Attorney Investigator Inv redacted and requested the same via telephone message. I then researched the victim's redacted cellular telephone subpoena date, which had been received from a previous subpoena request. I analysed the records, which depict several calls from redacted. The telephone calls start on February 6, 2005 at 12:49 p.m., the same day which the victim and the victim's father stated the incident occurred at Epstein's house. The first incoming call was from redacted residents at redacted. The second incoming call from redacted, cellular phone redacted, occurred at 1:02 p.m. The call durations were 1 minute or less. The time frame was within 13 minutes apart. It should be noted that redacted residents was in close proximity to the victims. The next call occurred at 5:50 p.m. when the victim telephoned redacted's residence. Several calls are made after the above-mentioned calls, both incoming and outgoing, to redacted. Further analysis showed no telephone calls to either redacted's cellular telephone or redacted's residence were registered prior to February 6, 2005. Additionally, I also conducted an analysis on the telephone calls from redacted. The subscriber information confirmed that the number, i.e., registered to redacted from Hialeah, Florida. The address was cross-referenced to the office of Corelli and Riley Private Investigators. I researched the webpage www.rileycorelli.com, which also showed various cases in which they assisted. I also located another website under www.coralspringsparkandrotary.org, in which Mr. Riley attended a Miami Rotary meeting and confirmed Attorney Roy Black, is among his clientele. The telephone calls revealed redacted had telephone contact with redacted, and redacted, either just after I attempted to interview them or just prior. A background was conducted on redacted, which reveals he holds a current private investigator license, a large redaction. I also researched the girls using www.myspace.com. This website is a new social networking service that allows members to create unique personal profiles online in order to find and communicate with old and new friends. The site allows one to establish your own myspace.com page and decorate the page any way one wishes. I have found the following people have MySpace sites: redacted, and redacted. Oh yeah, MySpace. This was a long time ago. Many of the youngins today might not know what MySpace even is. Or was, I suppose. I received a redacted packet which contained a CD which contained the results of the subpoena request for verbatim calls on redacted. An analysis will be conducted in the near future on the phone numbers called. Investigation continues. Narrative number 29. Reported by redacted 122705. Entered by redacted 122905. Upon doing research on the message books recovered in the search warrant, I located the identity of Redacted. The telephone number Redacted was registered to Redacted. She currently is 17 years old and is attending the Redacted. I responded to Redacted, also known as the Redacted. I located the Redacted. I located Redacted inside the Redacted and informed her that I was investigating a case against Jeffrey Epstein and knew she had been at the house. Redacted started to cry and advised she had put that part of her life behind her. I explained that although she is 17 years old, I needed to inform her parents that she would be interviewed. She provided her home telephone number. I attempted contact and left voicemail messages at the house to speak with her parents. Detective Redacted and I then located Redacted at her residence located at Redacted in West Palm Beach. I attempted to interview her about Jeffrey Epstein. She advised she is so in love with Jeff Epstein and would do anything for him. She further explained that she would not speak to us about him, either negative or positive. She asked us to leave her property. I informed her that although she did not wish to speak with us, I had sufficient information at this point in the investigation to know she was at Epstein's house and provided girls to Epstein to work. I also explained that prior to our arrival at her residence, I had the telephone contact with her father, Redacted, who was told she would be interviewed. Redacted is currently 17 years old, and as a juvenile, parental notification would be required. We then left the area and returned to the police station. While at the police station, I left another telephone message for Redacted's parents. I began an analysis of Redacted's cellular telephone. The telephone number Redacted is assigned to Redacted, and the financially responsible party is Jeffrey Epstein of 457 Madison Avenue in New York City, New York. The time frame, which was subpoenaed, was September 2005 through October 2005. There were 87 pages of calls made either to the cell phone or from the cell phone. The local 561 numbers were analysed. A spreadsheet was prepared and placed into the attachment file of who was called. The unknown numbers were researched using phonefinder.com, and subpoenas were requested to determine subscriber information. This was done to identify additional victims or witnesses. The analysis revealed that Redacted had called the victims/witnesses frequently when Epstein was in the town of Palm Beach to work. This confirms what the girls interviewed had previously stated. Redacted would notify them when Epstein was in town and their willingness to work. The CD was placed into evidence. Investigation continues. Narrative number 30. Reported by Redacted 10306. Entered by Redacted 10306. On December 29, 2005, I received a facsimile from National Compliance Center from Singular Wireless for telephone number Redacted. This was the telephone number for Redacted during the time frame when the victim, Redacted, was brought to the Epstein house to work. An analysis of the phone records of all incoming and outgoing calls showed that on February 6, 2005, the day the victim, Redacted, was brought to the house, Redacted first called Redacted, Epstein's assistant, at Redacted at 12:50 p.m. EST. The next call was made to Epstein's house in Palm Beach at 12:52 p.m. EST. The following call was made to the victim, Redacted, at 1:01 p.m. EST and at 1:02 p.m. EST. This confirms the information provided by the victim and victim's father. I photocopied the records and enlarged the page 8 of 10 to show the calls made by Redacted on February 6, 2005. To this date, I have not heard from Redacted's parents. I will attempt to establish contact with them during the evening hours. I received a package from attorney Guy Fronstin, which was hand-delivered at the police station. Within the package was a letter from Alan Dershowitz and two www.myspace.com profiles. The profiles were that of redacted and redacted. MySpace.com is a social networking service that allows members to create unique personal profiles online in order to find and communicate with old and new friends. This package was in response to a previous meeting in which Mr. Dershowitz called to assist in the investigation in providing any additional witnesses, such as House employees, who have been reluctant to speak with law enforcement. I reviewed the profiles Mr. Dershowitz enclosed. Redacted, who designed her blog to be redacted, still attends Redacted. Redacted sends and receives messages from friends which contain some profanity. Upon reviewing her friends' comment section from MySpace, most of her good friends sent messages to establish contact and invite her to go out. I then reviewed Redacted's weblog, which was provided by Mr. Dershowitz. Ms. Redacted designed her blog to be redacted. Her blog states that her interests include music, theatre, and weed, marijuana. I reviewed her packet in which Hall declares her love for her live-in boyfriend. She also describes using marijuana with her boyfriend, redacted. The letter Mr. Dershowitz sent advised he was looking into the allegation that one of the private investigators used by the private attorneys of Epstein attempted to impersonate or state that they were police officers from Palm Beach. Mr. Dershowitz advised that the investigators used to interview Redacted had quite a distinct speech impediment. Did not claim to be, nor did they impersonate themselves as a police officer. This package was sent to both ASA Lana Balalavik and ASA Delia Weiss at the State Attorney's Office. I made telephone contact with ASA Weiss to confirm she received the package and request an interview with Redacted, and Redacted. She advised she would assist in attempting to contact Mr. Dershowitz. On January 3, 2006, I received a telephone call from ASA Weiss, who informed me that she made telephone contact with Mr. Dershowitz. She had requested the employees be available the week of January 3, 2006. Mr. Dershowitz informed her that the assistants are out of the country and would require additional time to locate them and make them available. Investigation continues. Narrative number 31. Reported by Redacted, 10306. Entered by Redacted, 10306. On Thursday 03/31/05, I started conducting surveillance at 358 El Brillo. At this point, I observed at 11:55 hours a Redacted bearing FL tag Redacted in roadway Redacted, FL tag Redacted in drive, Redacted bearing FL tag Redacted in roadway, black Chevy Suburban in driveway, and a black Caddy Escalade in driveway. At 13:25 hours, I observed Redacted in roadway, black Chevy Suburban in driveway, black Caddy Escalade in drive, and a Redacted car bearing FL tag Redacted. At 16:15 hours, I observed a Redacted in roadway, black Chevy Suburban in drive, black Caddy Escalade in driveway, and a Redacted car Redacted in roadway. On Friday 04/01/05, I continued surveillance at 358 El Brillo. At 11:30 hours, I observed a Redacted bearing FL tag Redacted in roadway, black Caddy Escalade in driveway, and a Redacted unknown make model bearing FL tag Redacted in roadway. At 12:27 hours, I observed a Redacted in roadway, black Caddy Escalade in driveway, and a black Chevy SUV located behind the Escalade. At 13:45 hours, I observed a Redacted in roadway, and a black Chevy SUV in driveway. At 15:38 hours, I observed a Redacted in roadway, black Chevy SUV in driveway, black Caddy Escalade in driveway, and a dark unknown make and model car parked in garage. On Saturday 04/02/05, I continued surveillance at 358 El Brillo. At 07:13 hours, I observed a Redacted bearing FL tag Redacted in roadway, and a black Caddy Escalade in driveway. At 08:14 hours, I observed a Redacted in roadway, black Caddy Escalade in driveway, and a Redacted. At 09:52 hours, I observed a Redacted in roadway, black Caddy Escalade in driveway, Redacted in roadway, and also a grey unknown make model with a BM in trunk, retrieving landscaping tools. At 11:55 hours, I observed a Redacted bearing FL tag Redacted, parking in the roadway in front of 358 El Brillo. A WF, white female, Redacted hair, teens to early 20s, thin and tall, wearing a white tank top and short blue jean shorts, exited the vehicle, and walked to the rear of the house. I also observed a redacted in roadway, and a black Caddy Escalade in driveway. At 13:10 hours, I observed a redacted, white female driver leaving the area, redacted on roadway, and a redacted bearing FL tag redacted. Then observed 3 white females, approximately 16 to 18 years of age, jogging. All 3 females ran into the driveway. There were 2 with redacted hair and 1 redacted hair. On Sunday, 04:03:05, I continued surveillance at 358 Old Brillo. At 07:19 hours, I observed a redacted in roadway and a black Caddy Escalade. At 09:34 hours, I observed a redacted in roadway and a black Caddy Escalade in driveway. At 10:57 hours, I observed only the redacted. On Tuesday, 04:05:05, I continued surveillance at 358 Old Brillo. At 10:52 hours, I observed a redacted in roadway, a redacted bearing FL tag redacted in roadway, a redacted bearing FL tag redacted in roadway, redacted in roadway, black Mercedes in driveway being washed by a BM, black male, and an unknown dark car parked in the garage. At 10:59 hours, a redacted drove to the house of 358 Old Brillo and parked in the driveway. At 11:19 hours, I observed the redacted leave the area, and the drive was the pool man. At 11:26 hours, I observed a grey unknown make and model car parked in roadway. White male got out of the car and walked to a house on the south side of redacted. At 14:06 hours, I observed a redacted parked on roadway and a large white box truck parked behind the surveillance Suburban. Narrative number 32. Reported by redacted 10306. Entered by redacted 10306. On 03:31:05 at approximately 1500 hours, while conducting surveillance at 358 Old Brillo, I observed a black Cadillac Escalade, unknown tag, a black Chevrolet Suburban, unknown tag, a black Mercedes S60 FL tag, redacted, parked in the east driveway next to the free car garage. There was a redacted, FL tag redacted, parked on the street in front of the residence. At approximately 1700 hours, I observed the black Suburban, black Escalade, black Mercedes, and redacted, parked in the same place. At 1750 hours, there was no change in vehicles. At 1840 hours, I observed the black Escalade, black Suburban, and black Mercedes, along with a redacted, FL tag redacted, all parked in the east driveway, and a redacted, FL tag redacted, parked on the street in front of the residence. At 2000 hours, I observed the black Escalade, black Suburban parked in the east driveway, and the redacted parked on the street. On Friday, 04:01:05 at approximately 1700 hours, I observed the black Escalade and black Suburban parked in the east driveway and the redacted parked on the street in front of the residence. At 1820 hours, I observed the Suburban and redacted in the same place, and a redacted FL tag redacted parked on the street in front of the residence. At 2250, there was no change. At 2230, I observed the black Escalade parked in the driveway and the redacted parked on the street in front of the residence. On Saturday, 04:02:05, at approximately 1700 hours, I observed a black Escalade, unknown tag, parked in the driveway, and a redacted, FL tag redacted, parked in the street in front of the residence. At 18:05 hours, the Escalade and redacted were in the same position, and the black Mercedes FL tag redacted was also parked in the east driveway. At 19:20 hours, the Escalade and redacted were the only vehicles, and both were in the same position. At 20:30 hours and 21:45 hours, there were no vehicles observed. At 21:15 hours, I observed a black Mercedes, 4-door, parked in the east driveway, FL tag redacted. At 2300 hours, 2350 hours, and 0045 hours, the black Mercedes was the only vehicle observed. Narrative number 33, reported by redacted 10506, entered by redacted 10506. I made contact with Mr. redacted, father of redacted, who was told that I wished to interview his daughter. Mr. Redacted stated he was aware and had spoken with his daughter about the incident. He stated that his daughter had previously told him that she was hired to model lingerie at a Palm Beach mansion. Mr. Redacted stated he knew nothing else about what she did when she went to work. Mr. Redacted advised he would cooperate with the investigation and make his daughter available for interviews. I asked if she was available for an interview. Redacted stated she was not at home at the moment. I informed him I would make contact with her at a later time. Mr. Redacted expressed his interest in the resolution of this matter, as he stated this information has affected his daughter emotionally. On January 4, 2005, I acquired the subpoenas from the State Attorney's Office for Singular Wireless, Metro PCS, Verizon, Bell South Telecommunications, and Sprint for the Redacted cellular telephone. The subpoenas were sent to the respective telephone carriers for subscriber information. I received a telephone call from State Attorney's Office, who informed me that the former houseman for Jeffery Epstein, Alfredo Rodriguez, was present at the State Attorney's Office for an interview. Rodriguez was issued an investigative subpoena, redacted. I responded to the State Attorney's Office and encountered Mr. Rodriguez waiting in the lobby. I brought Mr. Rodriguez to the interview room. During a sworn taped statement, Mr. Rodriguez stated he was employed by Jeffrey Epstein for approximately 6 months. He was referred by associates, and his employment lasted the months of November 2004 through May 2005. His responsibilities as house manager included being the butler, chauffeur, chef, houseman, run errands for Mr. Epstein, and provide for Epstein's guests. Rodriguez advised he had very limited contact with Mr. Epstein. If Rodriguez needed to relay a message to Mr. Epstein, he would have to notify Epstein's secretary, Redacted, in New York City, who would then notify Epstein's personal assistant, Redacted, who would relay the message to Epstein. Rodriguez stated Epstein did not want to see or hear the staff when he was in residence. I asked Rodriguez if Epstein received many guests during his stay in Palm Beach. Rodriguez advised he had many guests. I advised specifically about masseuses coming to the house. Rodriguez stated he would have 2 massages a day. Epstein would have 1 massage in the morning and 1 massage in the afternoon every day he was in residence. Rodriguez stated he would be informed to expect someone and make them comfortable until either Redacted or Epstein would meet with them. Rodriguez stated once the masseuses would arrive, he would allow them entry into the kitchen area and offer them something to drink or eat. They would then be encountered by either Redacted or Epstein. They would be taken upstairs to provide the massage. I asked Rodriguez if any of the masseuses appeared young in age. He advised he didn't ask their ages, but felt they were very young. Rodriguez stated they ate like his own daughter who was in high school. Rodriguez stated they would eat tons of cereal and drink milk all the time. Rodriguez stated the girls that would come appeared to be too young to be masseuses. He stated one time under Epstein's direction he delivered a dozen roses to Redacted for one of the girls that came to provide a massage. He knew the girls were still in high school and were of high school age. I asked Rodriguez about the massages. He felt there was a lot more going on than just massages. He would clean Mr. Epstein's bedroom after the alleged massages and would discover massager vibrators and sex toys scattered on the floor. He also said he would wipe down the vibrators and sex toys and put them away in an armoire. He described the armoire as a small wood armoire, which was on the wall close to Epstein's bed. Epstein ordered Rodriguez to go to the Redacted and rent a car for the same girl he brought the roses to, so that she could drive herself to Epstein's house without incident. Rodriguez said the girl always needed rides to and from the house. Rodriguez referred himself as a human ATM machine and was ordered by Epstein to maintain a minimum balance of $2,000 on him at all times. When a girl would come by the house and Mr. Epstein was either not in residence or was not at home at the time, Rodriguez was to provide the girl, masseuse, several $100s for their time and to notify Epstein the amount they were given. Epstein also ordered Rodriguez to purchase several gifts and provide them as tips to the girls. I asked what kind of gifts. Rodriguez stated he purchased iPods, jewelry, anything the girls would want. Rodriguez stated the amount of girls that came to the house was approximately 15. Each of the girls knew each other and all seemed to know at Redacted who Mr. Epstein was. When asked to identify these girls, Rodriguez stated he could not at the moment but knew he wrote their names down on a journal he kept during his employ with Mr. Epstein. He kept a journal in the event he needed to explain either to Mr. Epstein or his assistants what he was done at the house, or who visited the house, as he stated he was in charge of Mr. Epstein's personal security while in Palm Beach. I informed him that I would need to view this journal, to which he stated he would research the book and contact me to provide the book. The interview was concluded and left the area. I returned back to the police station, where the microcassette was placed into evidence. At approximately 7:20 p.m., I was notified Rodriguez located the journal and would call me on January 5, 2005 to provide the journal. Investigation continues. Sorry, that's my tea there. It's a travel mug because my cats have a nasty habit of knocking stuff over. Anyway, let's continue. Narrative number 34, reported by redacted 10906. Entered by redacted 11006. On January 5, 2006, I attempted to meet with Alfredo Rodriguez to recover the folder or journal in which he kept the notes that were given to him during his employ with Mr. Jeffery Epstein. He kept this folder to justify what he did during his employ, should the need arise to justify what occurred with the monies he had to keep, or any questions as to the petty cash he withdrew from the household account from the bank. At approximately 10 p.m., I attempted contact with Mr. Rodriguez and discovered he was assisting his wife at her place of employment and would not be able to meet with me. Mr. Rodriguez stated he would meet with me on January 6, 2006 in Broward County in the morning hours. On January 6, 2006, at approximately 9 a.m., I received a telephone call from Mr. Rodriguez, who advised he had the file in hand and would be traveling northbound to meet with me in Broward County. At 10:50 a.m., I met with Alfredo Rodriguez at the parking lot of Bank of America in Boca Raton on Redacted, known as the Redacted. Rodriguez produced a green folder which contained documents, a note with Mr. Epstein's stationery with direction to deliver a bucket of roses to Redacted, after Redacted. Also in that same note was direction to rent a car for Redacted, and direction to extend the rental contract. I returned to the Palm Beach police station and placed the folder into evidence. I received a fax from Redacted from the subpoena request sent on 010406. Redacted. Redacted registered to Dr. Redacted from West Palm Beach. Dr. Redacted is a chiropractor and has an office located Redacted in West Palm Beach. The cellular number is Dr. Redacted personal cellular number. On January 9th, 2006, Detective Redacted and I traveled to Redacted in Palm Beach Gardens in an attempt to locate Redacted. Redacted, who had been previously seen on the property and identified through her Florida driver's license and Florida license plate. A business card was left for her to return my call. We then traveled to the Redacted and located Redacted. Redacted agreed to speak with us and in a private room within the school provided us a taped statement. During the statement, Redacted advised that when she was 15 or 16 years of age, she was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's house by her associate, Redacted. Redacted stated this occurred late May 2004 or early June 2004. She was told she could model lingerie for money for a wealthy Palm Beacher. She remembered they traveled by yellow cab from their residence in West Palm Beach to Epstein's house. She remembered encountering Epstein at the front door during the evening hours. He introduced himself and brought them into the kitchen so that the chef could prepare something for them to eat. After having a meal, Redacted and Epstein brought Redacted upstairs to a master bedroom which had a large bathroom. She observed a large-style shower, sauna, and there was a large massage bed also in the bedroom. Sorry, hard to follow sometimes. Epstein entered a room within the bathroom and came out wearing only a towel. Redacted said they would provide a massage on his feet. Redacted asked why they are doing this. Redacted told her this was part of the routine and told her to rub his legs and calves. Epstein had told Redacted to get comfortable. Redacted continued rubbing Epstein's calves and feet. At Epstein's direction, Redacted then left the room, leaving Redacted there by herself. Epstein told Redacted to get comfortable. Redacted removed her blouse and pants and stayed in her panties. Redacted stated she was not wearing a bra. She believed she was wearing thong panties. Epstein turned over onto his back and began, Redacted. Epstein, Redacted. Epstein instructed her to, Redacted. Redacted stated the Redacted on the first time. He redacted. During the first massage, she stated Epstein was Redacted. He put his hands onto the towel and appeared as to masturbate himself, however she never saw his penis. She continued rubbing his chest until he grabbed her and pulled her closer to him. He appeared to have climaxed because after he pulled her closer to him, the massage was over. Epstein had told her that there was $200 for her on the dresser. He told her that she could not tell anyone what happened at the house or bad things could happen. Redacted stated she went to Epstein's house 3 or 4 times total. Redacted was very scared and felt very nervous. She knew because of Epstein's money, he was powerful. After the massage, Epstein ordered his houseman at the time to drive the girls home. The employee was to drop off the girls at their house and watch them go inside their house. Redacted could not remember who the houseman was. She stated Epstein and his assistant, Redacted, would call her at her father's house to arrange for her to come and work. She advised each time she returned to the house, Epstein would do the same thing. Langley stated it was a routine with Epstein. She would rub his feet in cars. Yeah, I think they fucked up the redaction there. No doxing. These are victims. Leave these people alone. He would then turn over and begin to redacted. The only difference was that it was redacted. Epstein's redacted, as he would masturbate and finally climax, and the massage would be over. She was paid $200 each time she went. Each time she went, she was reminded not to speak of what happened at the house, and that she would be contacted again. She began to purposely miss the calls when either Redacted or Epstein would call her. She once brought a friend, Redacted, unknown last name, to work for Epstein. She was paid $200 for bringing Redacted. Redacted stated she no longer returned to work for Epstein. She also stated that she wanted to notify the police of what happened at the house. Redacted stated she was scared of what could have happened to her or her family if she notified authorities. On January 10, 2006, I received the results from the subpoena for Bell South Telecommunications for telephone number Redacted. The Redacted is assigned to Mr. Redacted father in Palm Beach Gardens. I also received the results from Redacted, which confirmed the money order sent to Redacted from Jeffery Epstein in New York City. The wire was sent by Jeffrey Epstein of 457 Madison Avenue in New York City on December 23, 2004 at 12:05 p.m. The amount of $222 was charged to Epstein's credit card so that Redacted could receive $200 in Royal Palm Beach. The $22 was for processing and local fees to send the money via Redacted. A copy of the check presented to Redacted was also attached to the receipt of the wire. This confirmed what Esposito advised she received as a Christmas bonus from Epstein. Investigation continues. Narrative number 35, reported by Redacted 11006. Entered by Redacted 11006. I received and reviewed the singular wireless results from the subpoena requests for subscriber information for Redacted, and Redacted. The first number, Redacted, is assigned to Redacted, in care of Jeffrey Epstein of 457 Madison Avenue in New York City. Redacted is the current houseman, or house manager, for 358 El Brillo Way in Palm Beach, Florida, 33480. The second number, Redacted, is assigned to Redacted, of Redacted in West Palm Beach. Research conducted on Redacted revealed she is a licensed massage therapist with a Florida conditional active license, Redacted. Redacted had been previously Redacted. The last number, Redacted, is assigned to Redacted of Redacted in Palm Beach Gardens. Research on Mr. Redacted revealed that he is a Florida chiropractic physician. Vehicles that were previously documented on the property, while surveillance was being conducted, were researched. I determined a Redacted bearing Florida license, Redacted was seen on the property in which a young white female was seen entering the Epstein property. Research was conducted which revealed that the vehicle is registered to Redacted of Lake Worth. Mr. Redacted has 2 daughters, Redacted and Redacted. Redacted is currently residing in Connecticut, and Redacted is residing with her father in Lake Worth. Research on Redacted revealed she was recently involved in a Redacted. A request to discover any information from the Redacted was requested. I spoke with ASA Delia Weiss who informed me that Redacted will be available for an interview tomorrow at the State Attorney's office in West Palm Beach at 1:30 p.m. I informed her that I will be at her office for the interview. Narrative number 36. Reported by Redacted 12306. Entered by Redacted 12306. On January 19, 2006, Detective Redacted and I met with Redacted at Redacted in Palm Beach Gardens. Redacted was identified as a licensed massage therapist who had previously been seen on Epstein's property when physical surveillance was done. Redacted was told of the ongoing investigation, and I felt she may have information pertaining to the case. During a sworn tape statement, Redacted stated she met Epstein 3 years ago when Ghislaine Maxwell approached her while she was attending Redacted to work around Epstein's house. Maxwell had told her that they needed some girls to work at the house to answer phones and run errands. Redacted accepted the job and began working at Epstein's house on El Brillo in Palm Beach. Redacted stated it was a part-time job during the time she went to Redacted. She continued going to Epstein's house and would be notified when Epstein would travel to Palm Beach. Redacted advised she would be notified by Maxwell, Epstein, or Redacted, his assistant, when he would travel to Palm Beach. Redacted stated she had begun providing massages to Epstein before she became a massage therapist. She continued to give massages not only to Epstein but to Redacted, and Redacted, his assistant. Redacted was asked about what occurred during the massages. Redacted stated, as she was 23 years old when she met Epstein, anything that happened was between two consenting adults. I explained to her that she was not in any trouble. However, as part of this investigation, I needed to ask certain questions. Redacted stated that there were times that Epstein would ask her to perform during the massage. He would instruct her to Redacted. Redacted stated she felt grossed about the behavior, but as she was getting paid, she just continued. Redacted also advised she would on occasion perform the massages naked. Epstein would on occasion utilize the Redacted when she performed the massages. Redacted explained that Epstein never exposed himself to her, as he maintained himself covered under the towel he would be wearing. When Epstein would masturbate, he would be covered. I asked if Redacted ever received any gifts or any gratuities from Epstein. Redacted advised, aside from being paid well, she advised Epstein took care of her tuition from Redacted College. She received a rental car for a week when her scooter broke down. Additionally, she received other gifts from Epstein. Epstein also recommended her to another client who resides at Redacted in Palm Beach. The client she was referred to was Redacted, unknown last name, and his wife, who she provided massages to. The statement was concluded and placed into evidence upon our return to the Palm Beach Police Department. While at the police station, I researched Florida tag Redacted, which was also previously seen on the property when there was physical surveillance being done on the property. The vehicle is registered to Redacted of Lake Worth, Florida. Researching Mr. Redacted and the vehicle revealed that his daughter, Redacted, had been redacted. The vehicle is a redacted. I researched Redacted, date of birth Redacted, resides at Redacted in Lake Worth. Redacted has a MySpace page called www.myspace.com/redacted. In her webpage shows various photos of Redacted photographed at a beach. An interview is forthcoming. A review of the video discs, which was extracted at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office Computer Crime Unit, revealed that only one hidden camera was functional at the time. Several images of Epstein working at his office were seen. Additional footage of Redacted, and Redacted was seen. There was other footage of females seen. The identity of the females is unknown at this time until such time as I meet with certain females to show the video footage to confirm if, in fact, it is them on the video. At this time it appears that Redacted and Redacted are seen sitting with Epstein beside his desk in the evening hours. Due to poor lighting, a direct confirmation cannot be made at this time. Investigation continues. Narrative number 37, reported by Redacted. Date 1:30:06. Entered by Redacted 1:30:06. On January 25th, 2006, Detective Redacted and I responded to Redacted in Lake Worth and met with Redacted. Redacted stated last year, when she was 17 years of age, she met Jeffrey Epstein through her former roommate, Redacted. Redacted was allegedly dating Epstein at the time. Redacted and Redacted had once cohabitated together when they modelled. Redacted explained Redacted had called her on the telephone and advised her that she was in Palm Beach and requested to see her. Redacted made arrangements to meet with her at Epstein's house. Redacted arrived and met Epstein and Redacted. Redacted and Redacted went to the Palm Beach Mall together and went shopping. Redacted advised that Redacted and she had received money from Epstein to go to the mall. They visited Victoria's Secret and purchased undergarments from the store, utilizing monies given by Epstein. Redacted advised she purchased one item, and Redacted purchased various items. The money used to purchase the items was the money given by Epstein. Redacted and Redacted continued shopping and having a day together. Redacted stated Redacted had explained how she and Epstein had been dating each other, and he has been paying all of her bills. Redacted claimed Redacted advised they met in New York and had been dating ever since. They later returned to Epstein's home and encountered Epstein. He had a brief conversation with Redacted about her modelling career. He knew of her modelling career from Redacted. He requested to see her modelling portfolio and explained that he could help her with modelling jobs. Redacted had her book with her to show Redacted and show the book to Epstein. He commented negatively about her photographs and portfolio. Redacted felt uncomfortable with the comments made, as she had been working with other professional modelling companies who had offered her work from the photographs. Epstein requested to see what was purchased at the mall. Redacted took out the undergarments which were purchased. She immediately showed Epstein different sets purchased. Epstein then requested to view what Redacted purchased. Redacted was reluctant to show the outfit, however, since it was Epstein's money that purchased the item, she pulled it out of the bag. Epstein asked her to try it on. Redacted looked at Burns, who told her, "Yeah, try it on." Burns. Now, that could be another victim, could also be the assistant. But yeah, some of these redactions are clearly missing. Feeling compelled to try the outfit on, she went to another room and put on the bra and panty set. She walked out to the living room where they were sitting and modelled the suit. She then went back to the other room and changed back into her clothes. Redacted returned into the room and told Redacted she would be going home. Redacted scheduled another day for Redacted to return for massages with her. Redacted stated within that same week she returned to meet with Redacted and have a massage. Redacted had told her that she would be unavailable to stay with her as she would be going on a bike ride with Epstein. Redacted explained she could stay at the house and take advantage of the massage. Redacted stated she met with an unknown massage therapist and had the table already set up in the guest room. Redacted removed her clothing, leaving her panties on, and wrapped herself with a towel for the massage. Redacted remembered that the door to the guest room was closed but not locked. As the therapist was working her back, the door was opened by Epstein and entered into the room. Redacted was trying to conceal herself as Epstein was talking to her about his chiropractic session. Epstein told Eaton turn over onto her back. Yeah, some of these redactions are fucked up. As I say, these are victims. Do not dox them, leave them be. Turn over to the back, onto her back. Redacted eventually turned over, exposing her breast to Epstein as he applied pressure on her shoulder and her waist. Redacted stated Epstein popped her back. Redacted removed herself from the table, got dressed and left the house. Eaton further stated Redacted had attempted to call her on several occasions to invite her back to Epstein's house, to which Redacted replied, "I'm busy." Redacted advised she has not had contact with either Redacted, or Jeffrey Epstein. It should be noted that her mother, Redacted, was present during the interview. The interview was concluded, and we thanked them for their time. Narrative number 38, reported by Redacted, 13106, entered by Redacted A, 13106. On January 27, 2006, I made telephone contact with Redacted, and Redacted. Redacted is a licensed massage therapist who had frequented the home of Jeffrey Epstein. Miss Redacted has been unable to meet with me in Palm Beach County, and because she lives and works in Port St. Louis, a telephone interview was conducted. I explained to Ms. Redacted that there was an ongoing investigation involving Jeffrey Epstein. Redacted stated she knows Epstein and has been employed by him for approximately 3 years. Epstein has paid Redacted to perform Swedish massages, deep tissue on him and other guests. Redacted explained that approximately 3 years ago, she met Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein through a mutual friend. Epstein and Maxwell were looking for a massage therapist. Redacted stated since that time, she is notified when Epstein is coming to Palm Beach. Redacted stated she comes to his house and provides the massage or massages. Redacted explained she has also massages guests and assistants. Redacted continued that she is paid $100 an hour for the massage. I asked Redacted if anything occurred during the massage that would have made her feel uncomfortable. Redacted stated she only provided massages, and that was it. She never was approached for anything else. I asked if Epstein ever asked her to rub his chest. She stated she would not rub his chest, as that is not part of her massage. Redacted explained that she was not Epstein's type. The girls she would see at Epstein's house were very thin, beautiful, and without tattoos. Redacted explained she has several tattoos that are visible. Maxwell and Epstein have commented negatively about her tattoos previously when she has provided massages. Redacted stated she only provided massages for Epstein and his associates, and nothing happened during those massages. Redacted stated as she does Swedish-style massages, the patient is usually sore after the massages. I thanked her for her assistance, and the interview was concluded at this time. I received a facsimile from Redacted's service on telephone number Redacted, which is assigned to Redacted, pilot for Mr. Epstein, who resides in Lake Worth. Redacted telephone number was dialed on several occasions by Redacted. Redacted. A background on Redacted indicated he has a valid FFA pilot license, first class, for the Southern FAA region. Redacted has another historical FAA license for airline transport pilot. Investigation continues. Narrative number 39. Reported by Redacted 21406. Entered by Redacted 21606. On Friday, February 3rd, 2006, I have made arrangements to meet with Redacted at the Palm Beach police station. At approximately 1 p.m., Redacted and her friend, Redacted, arrived at the police station. During an interview with Redacted, she stated she met Epstein when she turned 18 years old and was brought to Epstein's house to provide a massage. She advised this occurred on May of 2005. She advised Redacted had informed her if she wanted to provide a massage for $200. Redacted agreed and was brought to Epstein's house to provide a massage. Redacted stated she had been to the house on many occasions during the massage sessions. Redacted also stated she would remove her clothing to provide the massage on Epstein. Redacted advised Epstein would pay her $300 to rub his back, legs, and chest. During the massages, Epstein would masturbate himself as she rubbed his chest. I asked her if Epstein ever redacted during the massages. Redacted replied, yes. I asked her if Epstein ever redacted. Redacted stated he redacted. I asked her if he ever redacted. Redacted stated that during a massage, redacted. She stated this occurred one time only. Redacted stated the massage would be over when Epstein would climax onto a towel. I asked Redacted if she had any formal massage training, to which she replied that she did not. Redacted was then asked if she ever brought anyone to the house to work. Redacted stated she brought 2 people to the house. She advised she received money for bringing people to the house to work. Redacted stated she brought a girl named Redacted and her friend Redacted. Redacted was still waiting for Redacted in the lobby of the police station. I thanked Redacted for her time and her cooperation and escorted her to the lobby. I asked Ms. Redacted if I could speak with her about this investigation. I brought her to the interview room and explained to her that I was conducting an investigation on Jeffrey Epstein and felt she may have information pertaining to the investigation. Ms. Redacted identified herself as Redacted and resides in Wellington, Florida. She advised approximately a year ago she was brought to Epstein's house to provide a massage for money. Redacted stated she needed to make money and felt it was a quick way to make some money. Redacted stated she was brought to the house by Redacted and was introduced to Epstein and his assistant. She was brought to his main bathroom and provided a massage. I asked her if she provided the massage naked. Redacted stated, Redacted. She rubbed Epstein's legs, back, and chest. I asked Redacted if Epstein touched her during the massage. She advised he did not, however he did masturbate himself as she rubbed his chest. Once he climaxed, the massage was over. She was paid her money and left the area. Redacted advised it occurred one time, and she never returned to Epstein's house. The interview was concluded, and Redacted was escorted to the lobby. I located a telephone number for Redacted and attempted to contact her on several occasions. I called Redacted and spoke with Ms. Redacted, who advised she would speak with me in Deerfield Beach, where she resides. Due to a scheduling conflict, we were unable to meet. I informed her I would contact her to schedule another appointment to speak with her about this investigation. I have attempted to meet with her and make telephone contact with negative results. On February 13, 2006, I met with Redacted at Redacted in Lake Worth. Redacted was identified as Epstein's pilot. I spoke with Redacted, who advised he has been employed with Epstein since 1991. He flies both planes for Epstein, depending where he wants to fly to. Redacted was asked about passengers in the plane he flies. Redacted stated unless Epstein flew to his island off of St. Thomas, there would be no way of knowing who the passengers were. I mentioned a recent flight to Ohio, where Redacted flew to Ohio to pick up Redacted. Sorry, we'll start with that again. Flew to Ohio to pick up Redacted. Redacted stated he recalled flying on several occasions and did remember Redacted. Redacted stated once he is in the cockpit, he does not know who the passengers are. When he prepares the passenger manifests, he lists Epstein and his assistants he knows by name, Redacted and Redacted. Redacted stated he will list either female or male passengers on the manifests, only to keep account on the passengers. Mrs. Redacted came into the living room and recommended that her husband consult with an attorney. Mr. Redacted agreed he would speak with the family attorney to inform him of this questioning. I explained to Mr. Redacted that he was not the suspect in this investigation and ceased all questions. Based on the fact Redacted could not advise who passengers were in the plane, I then left the area. Yeah, sorry. Some of these redactions, I need to try and, comprehend the context and be able to present it properly. I attempted to locate Redacted in Wellington. I left my business card for her to return my call. On February 14, 2006, at 12:06 p.m., I received a call back from Ms. Redacted on my voicemail. Ms. Redacted left her telephone number for a return call, Redacted. I left her a message to return call. Investigation continues. Narrative number 40. Reported by Redacted, 2/2106. Entered by Redacted, 2/2206. On February 15, 2006, I made telephone contact with Redacted, who provided directions to where I could locate her. Detective Redacted and I responded to Redacted in Lake Park to meet with Redacted. Upon my arrival, I met with Redacted in the parking lot, directly behind Marco Auto Painting. She was advised I was there to speak with her about an ongoing investigation that concerned Jeffery Epstein in Palm Beach. Redacted stated she knows Epstein very well and did not want to speak with me about Mr. Epstein. She was very fond of Epstein and did not want to speak with me about anything concerning Jeffery Epstein. I explained to her that she was seen at the house and I would like to speak with her. She stated she knew there was an investigation and that I had spoken with other people and therefore I should know what happened at Epstein's house. Redacted ended the conversation and walked back into her boyfriend's business. Redacted. Detective Redacted and I left the area and returned to the police station. Investigation continues. Narrative number 41. Reported by Redacted. 4:10:06. Entered by Redacted. 4:10:06. A grand jury session was requested during the month of February 2006, in which all the girls that had been interviewed would have been called to testify before the grand jury to seek an indictment against Jeffrey Epstein. Due to subsequent meetings with the state attorney's office and defense attorney Alan Dershowitz, the grand jury was postponed until a later time. Dershowitz had provided a package of material on the main victims in this case, in which they appear on MySpace.com and speak about alcohol use and some marijuana use. The state attorney's office wanted time to review the material. I requested additional subpoenas from the state attorney's office, in which I requested information from Dollar Rent-A-Car and Jet Aviation. The information requested from Dollar Rent-A-Car was for the rented vehicle by Redacted, while under the employ of Epstein, for one of the victims. The other subpoena requested was for Jet Aviation for dates and times when Epstein's planes were in Palm Beach County. I continued to research other names that were acquired either from interviews or intelligence gathered during the investigation. I located redacted in Royal Palm Beach. I responded to redacted in Royal Palm Beach. During the interview, redacted stated she knew I would be speaking with her. Redacted stated she was first introduced to Epstein when she turned 18 years old. Redacted stated she was sure of her age as it was her senior year in Redacted. She advised she was brought there to make money and was told she would have to provide a massage to this Palm Beach guy. She remembered she met Epstein and his assistant, Redacted, in the kitchen area. She stated she was taken by one of her friends, Redacted. She stated she went upstairs with Redacted while Epstein got ready for the massage. He exited his bathroom naked and Redacted turned around. Epstein asked her if being naked offended her. Redacted stated it made her uncomfortable. Epstein then put on a towel and lay on the table. Epstein stated she rubbed his back and feet. She stated she had no massage training or experience. Okay, this is another fuck-up redaction, I think. Radabor stated during the massage, Epstein attempted to redacted. Redacted pulled away as he redacted. She told him again she was uncomfortable with him, redacted. Epstein then cut the massage short and became upset with her. Epstein paid her $200 for the massage and told her to leave the house. Redacted never returned to the house. She did advise her one time she went with redacted, however she waited in the car for Redacted as she did not want to go into the house. At the conclusion of Redacted visit with Epstein, they left the area. Redacted stated she had heard from other girls that had gone to the house that Epstein now required them to do the massage naked and allow them to touch them in their private areas, for monies. The interview was concluded as Redacted did not have any other information to provide. I then learned from the original victim, Redacted, the defense attorney had learned of her identity. I spoke with the father of the victim who stated there had been a private investigator on his house photographing his family and chasing visitors who came to the house. He provided a Florida license of Redacted. This vehicle is registered to Ivan Robles of West Palm Beach. Robles is a private investigator intern who is licensed by the state. I informed the state attorney's office of the above information. I received the grand jury subpoenas, Redacted, for a grand jury session to be held on April 18th for April 20th, 2006. Investigation continues. Narrative number 42. Reported by Redacted. 4/14/06. Entered by Redacted. 4/18/06. The grand jury subpoenas were personally served to the individuals they were issued to. On April 5, 2006, at approximately 7:30 p.m., I personally served Redacted, who had informed me that the private investigators were still photographing the family. On April 10, 2006, at approximately 2:30 p.m., I served Redacted at her residence in Royal Palm Beach. The subpoena was given to her mother, Redacted. I learned through one of the victims, Redacted, that she was personally contacted for a source that has maintained contact with Epstein. The source assured Redacted she would receive monetary compensation for her assistance in not cooperating with law enforcement. Redacted also stated she was told those who help him will be compensated and those who hurt him will be dealt with. I told Redacted that tampering with a witness and victim is an arrestable offence and very serious. I asked her who approached her during this encounter. Redacted originally was reluctant to provide the name of the person who approached her, to offer her not to testify because she felt they were still friends. On April 11, 2006, Detective Redacted and I traveled to Tallahassee, Florida, and met with the victim, Redacted, identified Redacted, white female, Redacted, as the person who approached her in Royal Palm Beach while she was home during spring break in March 2006. Redacted also stated she did not want to pursue the intimidation charges on Redacted. Redacted was concerned that the defense attorney was given a copy of the report, as certain things she had told me, in confidence, were repeated to her by Redacted. Prior to our departure, Redacted was given a copy of her subpoena for the grand jury, which was scheduled to commence April 18, 2006. Upon our return from Tallahassee, I notified the state attorney's office of what was told to me. I also notified them that the subpoenas were delivered Redacted, and they would be calling for arrangements for the date and time needed for the grand jury. I spoke with ASA Weiss and informed her of the possible intimidation by the defense. On April 13th and April 14th, 2006, I attempted contact on several occasions with ASA Weiss and ASA Berhalvik, to ascertain when the victims needed to report for grand jury testimony. Messages were left on their voicemail. On April 17, 2006, during the hours of 9 a.m. and 10:30 a.m., I again left messages for ASA Weiss and ASA Belohlavik for either of them to return my call, as I had not heard from the state attorney's office as to the time and date of the grand jury. Oh, a little bit of reflux there. At approximately 12:30 p.m., I went to the state attorney's office and located ASA Weiss and ASA Belohlavik in their offices. I entered ASA Belohlavik's office, who informed me that she was going to return my call. She explained that an offer was made to the defense, Attorney Guy Fronsting and Attorney Alan Dershowitz. The offer is large redaction. When asked about all the other victims, ASA Belohlavik stated that was the redacted. ASA Belohlavik cell phone rang and went to voicemail. She checked her voicemail and played the message on speaker. The caller identified himself as large redacted. Belohlavik stated a probable cause would be needed to book Epstein in the county jail and would let me know as to when it would be needed. Redacted, large redaction. She explained to have Chief Writer call Barry Krishna about the deal. I left the area and returned to the police station where I briefed the chief about the deal offered. I checked my voicemail messages and discovered a message from redacted stepmother for the victim redacted. She was calling because the state attorney's office still had not returned any of her calls as to when they are needed for this case. I then called ASA Belohlavik's office and left messages for her to call the victims on this case and explain to them what the state attorney's office had done. On April 17, 2006, at approximately 4:30 p.m., State Attorney Investigator Tim Valentine called to officially notify me of the cancellation of the grand jury. He requested I contact the victims that are being served to appear to notify them of the cancellation. I advised Valentine that, as this grand jury session was called based on the State Attorney's Office decision to have the victims heard by the grand jury, that I felt it was the State Attorney's Office responsibility to contact the victims and advise them of the reason they were no longer needed. Oh, fuck! Sorry, yeah. Looks like something shady went on here. These huge redactions I do not like. What was the deal offered? Why was the grand jury cancelled? What's going on here? We need to know that. Narrative number 43. Reported by redacted 50406. Entered by redacted 50406. As I had not received any contact from anyone at the State Attorney's Office, on May 1st, 2006, I prepared 3 arrest warrant requests and submitted them to the State Attorney's Office. The packages were delivered to the Crimes Against Children Unit in care of ASA Lana Belohlavik. Jeffrey Epstein's arrest warrant was requested for 4 counts of unlawful sexual activity with certain minors and 1 count of lewd and lascivious molestation. Redacted Epstein's assistant's arrest warrant request was for 4 counts of principal in the first degree unlawful sexual activity with certain minors and 1 count of principal in the first degree lewd and lascivious molestation. Redacted's arrest warrant request was for lewd and lascivious acts on a victim under 16 years of age. The receipt of delivery was signed and brought back to the Records Division at the Police Department. On May 3, 2006, at approximately 2:54 p.m., I received a telephone call from ASA Delia Weiss on my cellular telephone. ASA Weiss advised she has been taken off the Jeffrey Epstein case because her husband is employed with attorney Jack Goldberger. Attorney Goldberger is the attorney of record for Jeffrey Epstein. His previous attorney, Guy Fronsting, has been fired from representation. ASA Lana Belohlavik has been assigned the case. ASA Weiss stated she can no longer speak about the Epstein case with me. I thanked her for her telephone call. ASA Weiss further stated that ASA Belohlavik will be calling me. Yeah. Narrative number 44, reported by redacted 5:15:06, entered by redacted 5:15:06. On May 10, 2006, information was received that Epstein's associate, Leslie Wexter, the Limited Inc., CEO's plane had arrived in West Palm Beach, PBIA. The plane, a Gulfstream 4 bearing a redacted registration, was on the tarmac at Galaxy Aviation. As Epstein had recently acquired the services of a new attorney, and the fact that Epstein's house is currently under remodeling, it was believed that Epstein may be in Palm Beach. I conducted physical surveillance of the residence, 358 Opera Way. I observed a large construction crew conducting remodeling at the house. The contractor, David Knorr, was observed driving a Ford Explorer, white in color. The vehicle has a Florida registration of redacted. Knorr left Epstein's house and traveled north on County Road. Detective Redacted and I conducted surveillance on Knorr. Knorr traveled to several construction sites and checked on certain jobs. Surveillance was discounted on Knorr, and Detective Redacted and I traveled to Galaxy Aviation. I observed the white plane with a blue stripe along the body and tail of the plane. The tail number was visible on the bottom of the tail, closer to the body of the plane. We maintained visual surveillance on the plane until 4:57 p.m., when a caravan of Cadillac Escalades drove onto the tarmac. We observed several people exit the vehicles and discovered that they were part of the executive team for Limited Inc. The executives were in Palm Beach County for an executive meeting for the day. They arrived in Palm Beach County on May 9, 2006 at 9:30 p.m. and were scheduled to leave on the 10th at 5 p.m. On May 12, 2006, I met with ASA Lana Belolavik at the State Attorney's office. She explained that her boss, Barry Krishna, was requesting this case be taken to the grand jury again. I explained to her I had requested arrest warrants for Jeffrey Epstein, redacted and redacted. I asked that she either issue the warrants or direct file, as so much time has elapsed since the original request to the grand jury. I explained that the Palm Beach Police Department had concluded the case in December of 2005 and has been waiting for the case to go forward. But Olavek stated, the redacted. She stated she would advise me of the answer. Narrative number 45, reported by redacted 60506, entered by redacted 60606. On May 22, 2006, I received several phone calls throughout the day from Mr. Redacted, who stated he had been followed aggressively by a private investigator. Mr. Redacted stated that as he drove to and from work and running errands throughout the county, the same vehicle was behind him, running other vehicles off the road, in an attempt not to lose sight of Mr. Redacted's vehicle. I explained to him as Mr. Epstein had retained new legal counsel, it was possible it would be new private investigators following him to observe his daily activities. I also explained to him that there was a meeting scheduled with ASA Lana Belotlavik and attorney Jack Goldberger at Mr. Krishna's office scheduled on June 1, 2006 at 9 a.m. I attempted to call ASA Lana Belotlavik to inform her of the private investigators following Mr. Redacted. However, she was on her vacation during the week of May 22nd through May 30th, 2006. On May 23, 2006, I received another phone call from Mr. and Mrs. Redacted, who advised they were able to acquire the private investigator's license plate information. The subject following them was again driving very aggressively, and caused Mrs. Redacted to run off the road. Mrs. Redacted stated the vehicle is a green Chevy Monte Carlo bearing Florida tag redacted. The vehicle is registered to Zachary Bechard of Jupiter, Florida. Bechard is employed with Candor Investigations from Jupiter, Florida. Bechard is a licensed private investigator in the state of Florida. Since the discovery of the threat made against one of the victims in this case, Redacted, I requested subpoenas for all calls made to and received from Redacted during the month of March 2006 for her cell phone and home phone. I had confirmed with Redacted the exact dates of spring break for 2006. The spring break was from Redacted. I received a subpoena from Redacted with all calls made during the month of March 2006. I reviewed the 989 calls made and received during the month of March 2006. I observed on March 7, 2006, Redacted made and received 35 calls during that day. We got a little chart here. So dates is all 7th of March 2006. Time 11:03 a.m., 11:16 a.m., 11:22 a.m., 11:37 a.m., 11:39 a.m., and 12:02 p.m. Seconds 492, 6, 887.2, 4828.2, 727.2. In or outbound, 1 outbound, 2 inbound, 1 outbound, and another 2 inbound. To or from 561XXXX times 2 times 3, and these 3 numbers are redacted. The table reflects the date of the calls, time of day, EST, duration of call in seconds, inbound or outbound calls, and calls made to or from redacted phone. On March 7, 2006 at 11:03 a.m., Redacted made a call to the victim Redacted which lasted 492 seconds, 8 minutes and 2 seconds. The victim then returned the call at 11:16 a.m. which lasted 6 seconds. The victim then made contact with Redacted at 11:22 a.m. for 877.2 seconds, 14 minutes and 6 seconds. These sequences of calls were consistent with what the victim had described to me on the date of the intimidation. Immediately after speaking with the victim, Redacted makes a call to Redacted, Epstein's assistant, which lasts for 48 seconds. A call is then immediately received, a telephone number registered to a corporation affiliated with Jeffery Epstein, located at 457 Madison Avenue in New York. An extensive computer check revealed 457 Madison Avenue is a business address in which Epstein has his corporations assigned to. Epstein had corporation attorney Redacted register the businesses and register himself as an agent. I also observed Epstein has his El Zorro Ranch Corporation, New York Strategy Group, Ghislaine Corporation, J. Epstein and Company, and the Financial Strategy Group registered to the same address. Finally, a third call is received by Redacted at 12:02 p.m. from the same corporate number, which lasts 12 minutes and 1 second. It should be noted that there is no further contact with either the victim during the month of March or April of 2006. I also noted that there was no further contact with Redacted or Jeffrey Epstein during the remainder of the month of March or April 2006. On June 1st, 2006, ASA Lana Belahlavik telephoned me to inform me of the meeting that occurred with attorney Jack Goldberger and her reference this case. She advised she would make her determination on whether to file on this case or not by Monday, June 5th, 2006. Investigation continues. Narrative number 46. Reported by Redacted, 7/12/06. Entered by Redacted, 7/12/06. On June 29, 2006, I had spoken to ASA Lana Belahlavik, who informed me that the case would be sent to the grand jury for charges. She informed me that the grand jury would convene on July 19, 2006, to hear the Epstein case. Belahlavik stated State Attorney Barry Krishna made the determination to go to the grand jury to hear the case. On June 12, 2006, I spoke with Mrs. Redacted, mother of the victim Redacted, who inquired about the status of the case. I explained to her that I was told we would be going to the grand jury during the week of July 19, 2006. She stated she had not been contacted as of yet by the State Attorney's Office for any information. I provided her with the telephone numbers to the State Attorney's Office. Investigation continues. End of report. And now we've got some more narratives. Okay, let's do this. Original report, LO, reported by Redacted, 7/28/06, entered by Redacted, 8/04/06. On July 27, 2006, the Palm Beach Police Department received a phone call from a woman, Redacted. Redacted said she read a recent newspaper article about the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein and advised she has information about Epstein. An attempt was made to interview Redacted immediately, but she advised she had to work and would not be available to meet on this date. Redacted said she could meet with detectives on July 28, 2006 at 12 noon. On July 28, 2006, at approximately 1200 HRS, Redacted, DOB Redacted, came to the Palm Beach police station. I verified Redacted identification by a Florida driver's license. Redacted said she read an article in the Palm Beach Post newspaper on July 25, 2006, which advised Jeffrey Epstein was arrested. Redacted said the article advised a lie detector test was passed by Epstein, which stated Epstein did not know the girls in question were under the age of 18. Redacted, she was a victim of Epstein, and she advised she told him on numerous occasions she was only 17 years of age. I took a sworn tape statement from Redacted. Redacted said she had approximately 10 contacts with Epstein between the months of February 2004 and May 2005. Redacted explained how she first came in contact with Epstein. Redacted said one night in February of 2004, she was hanging out with a friend named Redacted. Said Redacted told her she could make some money by massaging a man that lived in Palm Beach. Redacted said the next morning she received a phone call from Redacted asking if she wanted to go to see this man. Redacted said she decided to go with Redacted to Palm Beach. Redacted said Redacted told her she would have to massage this man and possibly take her clothes off. Redacted told Redacted she would receive approximately $200 for this massage. Redacted said she drove Redacted to Palm Beach. Redacted said she took the Southern Boulevard Bridge into Palm Beach and then drove north on the road next to the beach, A1A. Redacted said she turned onto El Brillo and drove to the last house on the left. Redacted described the house as being white in colour. She parked the car in the home's driveway and noticed two black suburban SUVs. She advised there were two black Mercedes-Benz vehicles in the garage, along with a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Redacted said they walked through a gate to the back door, where they were greeted by a Redacted woman who was wearing some type of uniform. Redacted said the woman told them to wait in the kitchen for Redacted. Redacted said a Redacted then entered the kitchen. Redacted described Redacted as being in her Redacted, and approximately Redacted. Redacted advised Redacted to take Redacted up to the bathroom and show Redacted what to do. Yeah, we're seeing the pattern here, aren't we? Redacted said once in the upstairs bathroom she noticed a massage table in the middle of the room. Redacted saw a green and pink couch in the room. Redacted saw numerous towels stacked in the left corner of the room. Redacted said Epstein entered the room wearing a robe. Redacted said the man introduced himself as Jeffrey and shook her hand. Epstein also said hello to Redacted. Redacted said Epstein dropped his robe and was wearing a towel around his waist. Epstein laid face down on the table, at which time she and Redacted began to massage him. Redacted said while they were massaging Epstein, through conversation, she advised Epstein she was 17 years of age and still in high school. Redacted said after approximately 10 to 15 minutes, Epstein asked the girls to Redacted their tops off. Redacted said she and Redacted took their tops off, exposing their bras. Redacted said seconds later Epstein asked them to take their bras off, which both did. Redacted said after more massage, Epstein asked Redacted to leave the room, leaving only Redacted present with Epstein. Redacted said Epstein asked her to take her pants off, which she did. Redacted said she was totally nude at this time. Redacted said Epstein got up from the table and sat on the aforementioned couch. Redacted said Epstein sat on the towel and masturbated in front of her. Redacted said Epstein's penis was fully exposed. Epstein told Redacted to get a vibrator out of a drawer in the bathroom. Redacted said the blue-grey vibrator was skinny at the handle, but had a large ball at the top. Redacted said the vibrator was more of a sex toy than a massage item. Redacted said Epstein Redacted, but she told him she did not want him to touch her. Redacted said Epstein asked her to talk dirty to him. Redacted said once Epstein climaxed, he told her the money was next to the sink, and then he jumped into the shower. Redacted said she put her clothes on, and both her and Redacted left the house. Redacted says she thinks Redacted received $200. Redacted said she went to Epstein's house with Redacted on either one or two other occasions. Redacted said eventually Epstein's assistant, Redacted, would call her to make appointments. Redacted said Redacted would call her from different phone numbers, but most of the time it was from Redacted. Show me her cell phone, which had this number in her address book under the name of Redacted. Said after her first visit, Epstein started to Redacted. Epstein would also Redacted, said in March of 2004. She believes on her fifth visit to Epstein's home, Epstein Redacted. Said Epstein did this for approximately 1 minute until she told him to stop. Redacted said Epstein did stop, and no more Redacted took place. Redacted said Epstein would ask her on occasion if she would have intercourse with him, but she always denied his requests. Redacted said Epstein offered her more money for sex, but she repeatedly declined. Redacted said Epstein told her she should be a model, and he would help her become a model. Redacted said Epstein told her he could not wait until she turned 18 years of age so he could fly her to Paris, France. Redacted said she last had contact with Epstein or his assistant, Redacted, was in May of 2005. Redacted said she told two friends about what she did at Epstein's home. These two friends, redacted, 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 DOB redacted, and redacted, 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 DOB redacted, both agreed to meet with Epstein and provide massages. Redacted said she told both girls that they would have to massage this man and possibly get undressed. Redacted told both girls they would receive approximately $200 for these massages. Redacted said she is unaware how many times Redacted or Redacted went to Epstein's house. Redacted advised she did not tell Redacted, Redacted, or Redacted she was reporting these actions to the police. Redacted had in her possession 2 tubes of Bath and Body Works lotion she said came from Epstein's home. Redacted said she did not remember when she got these lotions from Epstein's home, but she no longer wanted to possess them. I completed a property receipt, which Redacted signed, and placed the lotions into evidence. Redacted signed an affidavit stating she wished to prosecute Epstein based on his actions. Redacted reiterated she told Epstein on numerous occasions she was only 17 years of age when the above took place. This affidavit was placed into the attachment file. This videotape of the interview was placed into evidence. Narrative number 2. Reported by Redacted, 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 80406. Entered by Redacted, 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 80406. On July 31st, 2006, at approximately 11:15 hours, Detective Redacted and I met with Redacted, 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 DOB Redacted, at her home. Redacted advised she did meet a man named Jeffery in 2004 when she believes she was either 16 or 17 years of age. Redacted said she provided a massage for this man. Redacted says sometime in 2004, her friend Redacted told her she could make $300 for giving a man a massage. Redacted said approximately 2 weeks later, she decided to go with Redacted to this man's house. Redacted said Redacted drove her to a large Redacted in the West Palm Beach area. Redacted says she did not know the exact location of the house, but believes the house was near water. Redacted said it was approximately 8:30 p.m. when they arrived. Redacted said both she and Redacted drank beer and used Xanax before they arrived at this house. Redacted said she was under the influence of the beer and Xanax. Patrick said upon arrival they met with a Redacted woman who was in her Redacted. Redacted described this woman as being the manager of the girls that visit this house. Redacted said they went into the kitchen, and then she and Redacted were led to a massage room in the house. Redacted said she saw numerous photos of naked women, and also sculptures of naked women throughout the house. Redacted said moments later a man named Jeffrey entered the room wearing a robe. Redacted said Jeffrey removed his robe and laid down on the massage table. Redacted said she and Redacted massaged Jeffrey for approximately 20 minutes. Redacted said she massaged Jeffrey's legs using the same type of lotion. Redacted said Jeffrey asked Redacted to leave the room. Redacted said Jeffrey asked her to take her shirt off. Redacted said she removed her shirt, exposing her bra. Redacted said Jeffrey asked her to remove her other clothes, but she refused his request. Redacted said she was wearing a short skirt and underwear along with the bra. Redacted said Jeffrey began to masturbate in full view of her. Redacted said she did see Jeffrey's penis. Redacted said Jeffrey redacted. Redacted, redacted, redacted. Redacted said she felt uncomfortable and asked Jeffrey to stop, which he did. Redacted said once Jeffrey was done masturbating, she went downstairs and met with Redacted. Redacted said they both received $200, but she could not remember who gave them the money. I showed Redacted a photo lineup containing Jeffrey Epstein. Redacted positively identified Epstein as the man in picture 3. God damn. There are so many victims here. And this was just the stuff that happened over 20 years ago. In 2004, 2005, 2006. There are a lot more. Redacted said Jeffrey did not ask her how old she was. Redacted said she could not remember if she mentioned she was in high school. Redacted said she knew of other girls who went to Jeffrey's house. Redacted supplied those names. Redacted, 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 and a girl named Redacted. Redacted signed an affidavit stating she wishes to prosecute based on Epstein's activities. Redacted swore that her above statement was the truth. This interview was digitally recorded, and this recording, along with the photo lineup, were placed into evidence. Redacted, Redacted. On July 31st, 2006, at approximately 12:30 HRS, Detective Redacted and I met with Redacted, DOB Redacted at her home. Redacted advised she did know a man named Jeffrey Epstein. Redacted advised she met Epstein when she was in Redacted, which was in the year Redacted. Redacted believes she was either 16 or 17 years of age. Redacted said a fellow student at Redacted advised her she could make $200 for massaging a man. Redacted said she could not remember the girl's name, but it started with a Redacted. Said this girl, Redacted, was in a lower grade than she was. Redacted said this girl, Redacted, picked her up in a cab, and the cab took them to Palm Beach. Redacted said the cab had to go over a bridge, and she thought the name of the street was Redacted. Redacted said once at the house they waited in the kitchen. Redacted said she saw numerous attractive females walking around the house. Redacted said one of the females, a Redacted, who was approximately Redacted years of age, appeared to work for Epstein. Redacted said Redacted took her upstairs and told her to get into her bra and panties. Redacted said she removed her pants and shirt and was only wearing her bra and panties. Redacted said she saw a massage table in the bathroom, a couch in the room, a shower off to the side, and lotions. Redacted said Epstein entered the room wearing sleeping pants. Redacted said Epstein got on the table and she began giving him a massage. Redacted said Redacted left the room. Redacted said Epstein asked her how old she was, and she said she was 16 or 17. Redacted could not remember exactly how old she was when this occurred. Redacted said she told him she was in high school. Redacted said Epstein asked her to take off all of her clothes and she refused. Redacted said Epstein rolled to his side, started to masturbate in full view of her, and ejaculated in his hand. Redacted said she saw his penis. Redacted said she put her clothes back on and went downstairs and eventually left in a cab. Redacted said she received $200 for that visit. Redacted said approximately 2 months later she received a phone call from the Redacted woman at the house who asked her if she needed a job. Redacted said she did not want to see Epstein again but was told she could bring a friend. Redacted said she contacted her friend, Redacted, and advised her she could make $200 for massaging a man. Schwegel said Redacted drove them to Epstein's house. Again, we are messing up with these redactions. These are victims, for fuck's sake. Needless to say, do not dox these people, do not harass them in any way. But for a DOJ that is being overly zealous in their redactions, according to the criticism they're facing, they are not redacting in the right areas. Clearly, they are not redacting in the right areas. So, I will try and protect these people as much as I can. But if they show up in the files, that information is out there. I was able to publicly attain. This is publicly attainable information that I picked up from the DOJ website. So, I will try and protect them on my end as much as I can, but this information is out there, and there could be victims at risk just from the DOJ being stupid. Yeah, Redacted said Redacted met with Epstein and they both received $200. Redacted said she has had no more contact with Epstein or Epstein's assistant. Redacted advised she knew of other girls that went to Epstein's house. Those girls were Redacted, and Redacted. Redacted said the girl she knows as Redacted brought many girls to Epstein's house beside those mentioned in this interview. Redacted said during the course of her conversation with Epstein, he told her she was beautiful and that he wanted her to live with him in Los Angeles. I showed Redacted a photo lineup containing Epstein. Redacted positively identified Epstein from photo 3. Redacted signed an affidavit stating she wishes to prosecute based on Epstein's activities. Redacted swore that her above statement was the truth. This interview was digitally recorded, and this recording and the photo lineup were placed into evidence. Redacted. On July 31st, 2006, at approximately 1400 hours, Detective Redacted and I met with Redacted, DOB Redacted, at the Boynton Beach Mall. Redacted advised she did have contact with Jeffrey Epstein when she was a Redacted in high school. Redacted said it was either in 2003 or 2004, and she believes she was 16 years of age when they met. Redacted advised back in 2003 she was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein by her friend, Redacted. Redacted said Redacted advised her she could make $200 for giving this man a massage. Redacted said Redacted told her she might have to get undressed during the massage. Redacted said Redacted drove her to a big house in the town of Palm Beach. Redacted could not give an exact address or location, but said it was near the beach. Redacted said once at the home, a thin white female with redacted hair, approximately redacted years of age, answered the door. Redacted thinks the woman's name was Redacted. Redacted said she and Redacted entered the kitchen and then went upstairs to a bathroom. Redacted said there was a massage table in the middle of the bathroom. Redacted said Epstein entered the bathroom wearing a towel around his waist. Redacted said Epstein took a shower and then lay down on the table, fully nude. Redacted said she and Redacted started to massage Epstein's legs and chest. Redacted said Epstein told Redacted to go on the balcony, which Redacted did. Epstein asked Redacted to take her clothes off. Redacted said she took all her clothes off and she was nude. Redacted said she continued to massage Epstein, at which time Epstein began to masturbate in her full view. Redacted said she did see Epstein's penis. Redacted said while he was masturbating, Epstein did Redacted. Redacted said Epstein stopped masturbating, but she did not see him ejaculate. Redacted said Epstein got up from the table and she immediately put her clothes back on. Redacted said she and Redacted then went downstairs. Redacted said she received $200 from Redacted. Redacted said she believes Redacted also received $200 from Redacted. Redacted said Epstein never asked her how old she was, nor did she tell him her age. Redacted said during small talk with Epstein she did mention she was in school, but she never said what level of school she was in. Redacted says she never returned to Epstein's house, nor has either Redacted or Epstein made attempts to contact her. I showed Redacted a photo lineup containing Epstein. Redacted positively identified Epstein in position 3. Redacted advised she knew of other girls that went to Epstein's home. These girls are Redacted, 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 and Redacted, Redacted. Redacted advised she has no professional massage training, nor does she believe the other girls are trained in massage therapy. Redacted signed an affidavit stating she wishes to prosecute based on Epstein's activities. Redacted swore that her above statement was the truth. This interview was taped using a digital recorder. This recording was placed into evidence along with a photo lineup. Investigation continues. End of report. And that's the end of that file.